Welcome, citizen. Welcome to Hive Ignix, jewel of subsector Ration. Here, under the watchful gaze of the God Emperor of mankind, you shall labor with pride, serve with honor, and endure with joy. That's how the Vox transmission begins. Every new arrival hears it no matter their rank, whether you're a sanitation worker, a dome layer, a scribe third class, or just another refugee. From a lost agri-world, the voice plays the same for everyone without fail. The Emperor protects. Hive Ignix provides. You are safe. You're not. Her name was Lisa Therin, 57 standard years old, wife to an administratum clerk, mother to 2 sons, one in the guard, one in the corpse recycling district, laboring where prayers don't reach. She arrived here from the outer moons after her dome collapsed under structural failure, a failure that wasn't logged, recorded, or acknowledged by any system or overseer. She never mentioned that again, not once, not even under questioning or devotion. On her first day, the welcome Vox played as the transport shuttle docked in silence. Lisa looked up, teary-eyed, clutched the Aquila pendant around her neck and whispered, "Thank the Emperor, we made it." She hadn't. The welcome Vox is warm, soothing. It tells you everything is functioning as expected, that workers are respected, that food is provided, that prayer is mandatory, that hope is justified. But step outside the shuttle tunnel and the scent hits you like a forgotten memory. Not one scent, but 1,000 layered chemical ghosts, exhausts, rust, blood wash, incense, and ash. There's a burn to the air that never leaves. No one says anything, no one ever mentions it, because it's always been like that, even before she arrived, even before the records failed. Lisa's registration file was simple and precise, like all the others processed that cycle. Designation, labor class civilian. Assignment, section 342G, nutrient reprocessing overflow. Quarters, block gamma 14, unit 9. Rations, Tier 4 paste. Mushroom, algae variant 17. Prayer schedule, 6 times daily. Hive-wide litany cycle. A schedule tighter than most. She was never told what happened to the other 8 units in block gamma 14. They were sealed before she arrived. The doors were still scorched. She noticed everything. But Lisa never asked. Why would she? Curiosity is a sign of spiritual instability after all. Everyone knows questions are dangerous. Even fear can be heretical if not properly confessed. Instead, she memorized the creed. She knelt when sirens blared the hour of devotion. She scraped residue off nutrient vents with a smile, even when her skin began to break, out in lesions from condensate bloom, red and crusting from recycled waste. The medici said it was normal, part of the purification, nothing to worry about. Ever, she believed them. The welcome Vox kept playing every cycle, every morning at 0400, even when the power dimmed, even when bodies were wheeled out without ceremony, even when one of the ration dispensers exploded and coated the hab block with something no one could identify. No one was allowed to, no one dared to question. Still, welcome, citizen, you are valued. Your toil sustains the Imperium. Lisa kept working. She began humming the Vox message in her sleep without realizing it. There's something about the way the Vox says, endure. The syllables stretch, not by accident. The machine spirit was tuned that way. Endure. As if holding the word longer might anchor it in your mind, carve it into your soul, might convince you that pain is purpose, that despair is loyalty, that your suffering is proof of faith and your agony an offering. Lisa lasted 17 weeks. That's longer than most new arrivals, longer than the servitors expected her to last. Her bones were found on the upper level of her assigned station, clean, orderly, stacked in devotional pose, kneeling even in death. The chemical spray from the pipes had dissolved most of her skin and organs. The servitors recorded the following final log on her work terminal, unfiltered. All functions complete. I am loyal. I am happy. I am empty. Thank you for welcoming me. No one noticed she was missing for another 9 days. This is the Imperium. Billions die in battle, millions in orbit, but most simply vanish into dust, dissolved into the machine of survival, consumed by bureaucracy and silence. The ones who die slowly, quietly, unseen, they are the hidden hell of mankind's dominion. They don't cry out, they don't rebel, they don't become stories no matter how they pass, because no one watches them long enough to care, not even the saints. So remember, when the Vox plays its hymn, "Welcome, citizen, you are safe," what it really means is, no one will hear you scream, and no one will remember that you did. She was one among trillions. She did her duty. She was never saved. He was known as Malric Sen, age 34, function, sanitation adept, lower Hive Ignix, location, Reclamation Sector 12, Substratum Muck Channel 9A. He was not a criminal, not a heretic, not a mutant. He was clean, he was loyal, and he died screaming in the dark all the same. Malric arrived in Hive Ignix with a dream most citizens share, to survive long enough to matter. He believed in the Emperor. He wore gloves when handling sludge rot. He followed purity procedures with a devotion even his overseer admired. He kept a journal. That, more than anything, was his mistake. The journal was made from salvaged nutrient wrappers, sewn with thread pulled from his own uniform. Each entry began the same: clean hands, loyal heart. It was a mantra he repeated even when his fingers bled, even when the air thickened with spores, even when the other workers began to cough up teeth. Malric had noticed a pattern. He recorded it only once, in the final pages of his patchwork journal. Sector 9A overflowed last cycle without reason. No rainfall above, no shift in sump tide. Reek rising from valve grate feels warm, not heat warm, skin warm. Saw shapes in the muck today, looked like fingers. Couldn't be. We burned it. We always burn it. The next day, his co-worker Lem muttered something strange. Said the waste pipes had started whispering, said he heard his own name. Malric told him it was the stress, that the Emperor would protect their minds. Lem nodded. 3 hours later, Lem walked face first into the waste incinerator intake and never screamed. The body was unrecoverable. Malric cleaned the floor afterward. No one else would touch it. He hummed the litany of purity and scrubbed until his knuckles turned raw. Clean hands, loyal heart. Something changed that week. The air vents pulsed irregularly. The refuse lines began oozing even during dry hours. One morning, Malric found a symbol etched into the bulkhead near the valve grate. It wasn't paint. It looked like it had been carved with a finger. The curves were unfamiliar, but when he stared at it too long, he felt dizzy. He recorded the shape in his journal with a warning beneath it. Don't look at it too long. His shift reports were always perfect, but a discrepancy appeared in the daily log. His report said 3 workers on shift. The overseer's records said 2. Malric was questioned. He insisted there had been 3, that someone named Vel was assigned to the southern trench, but no one in Hive Ignix bore that name. The cogitators showed no such worker had ever existed. That night, someone knocked at his door, once, twice, 3 times. When he opened it, there was no one there, but a thin trail of sludge led to his feet. He followed it back down the sector corridor until it vanished beneath the prayer fountain. The water bubbled red. He didn't write anything down that day. By the end of the month, Malric's gloves had begun to rot faster than they should. Even fresh issue pairs degraded within hours. His hands grew pale, then grey, then translucent. He still scrubbed every pipe. He still recited the litany. He still believed. The sanitation chapel held weekly cleansing rites. Malric went twice per cycle. He knelt in the sterilization mist and sang with the others. But he noticed that more and more workers were missing. Not reassigned, not purged, just gone. No reports, no records. The overseer told him that loyalty meant not asking, so Malric stopped asking. He started writing less. The last pages of his journal aren't in words, they're smudged lines, circular, shaking, as if he was trying to remember a shape. One line repeats in barely legible script at the bottom of the final page. clean hands, loyal heart. It's inside the valve. He didn't show up for shift the next day, or the next. The overseer filed a productivity demerit. When the door to his habitation unit was finally opened, there was no body, no smell, no blood, just one thing: his gloves, still damp, still folded neatly on the floor, with something pulsing faintly beneath them. A symbol, the same one from the pipe wall, etched directly into the concrete. The cogitator unit used for record-keeping short-circuited when it attempted to scan it. The servitor assigned to remove the gloves was found impaled on its own spine an hour later. No official report was filed. The entire unit block was resealed, designated unfit for habitation. The Vox station there continues broadcasting the standard sanitation message every 6 hours. The words never change. Your toil purifies the Imperium. Your labor is holy. Clean hands, loyal hearts. In time, another worker was sent to Reclamation Sector 12. They were told the previous adept had been promoted. They smiled. They thanked the overseer. They put on their gloves and began to clean. Malric's journal was never recovered, but fragments of those pages have been found, scattered near sewage vents 3 strata lower. Written in the same shaky hand, always the same words: clean hands, loyal heart. It's inside the valve. It's inside. It's inside. It's inside. There was a saying passed down in Hive Ignix, whispered more than spoken: if the prayers stop, the walls remember. Most believed it to be superstition. An old story meant to keep children reverent and obedient, but for the Corven family it was law, unbreakable, unquestionable. The Corvens lived on the outer edge of Habstack 88H, level Guta Line 3. Their unit was small, 12 by 6 meters, with a single lumen strip that flickered every 11.2 seconds without fail. They kept a small shrine bolted into the center wall, lined with rusted incense brackets and a badly eroded Aquila icon. Every morning before rations, every evening after waste disposal, they knelt together. Father, mother, 3 children. One by one, they recited the same sequence. First, the Imperial Creed, then the Litany of Stability, then the personal supplication, and finally, the silence. The silence was the most important part. They would kneel without moving, no words, no breath if they could manage it. They believed the Emperor listened most closely in those moments, when they showed restraint, when they endured, and always when it ended, they would say in unison, "We pray, and so the hive endures." That line was never written anywhere. It was not in the scriptures, but they believed it because they knew what had happened the one time they didn't say it. It had been years ago. The youngest child, Tyron, had been sick, sweating, coughing, spasming. His mother had stayed by his side, holding him upright so he wouldn't choke on his own breath. They missed the morning prayer by 7 minutes. That evening, the wall behind the shrine cracked. Not visibly, not loudly, just a sound, like something shifting on the other side. Then the rust on the Aquila began to flake, not downward, upward, and a whisper, not in any language they recognized, escaped the wall, thin, breathy, like a mouth that hadn't been used in centuries. The family said nothing to the authorities. They knew better. To report it was to die. Instead, they prayed 3 times a day, then 4, then 6. Eventually, Tyron recovered, and the wall fell silent, until the day someone in the hive above them stopped praying. It began with a tremor, subtle, the kind no one could feel unless they'd lived there for years. A shudder that passed through the concrete floor during the night cycle's 4th hour. Then came the dripping, black, slow, viscous, from the corner above the shrine. It wasn't water. It hissed when it touched the icon, burned small pockmarks into the shrine's metal casing. The father, Garen, called the maintenance litany in perfect cadence. The mother, Celine, scrubbed the floor with prayer oil. The children wept, then resumed chanting. That night the whisper returned, but this time it wasn't behind the wall. It was beneath the floor. Tyron said he saw something move under the grating. Not a rat, Not a pipeworm. It looked like a hand, but longer, boneless. The family stayed awake until the lights came back on. They prayed until their voices cracked. The next day, one of the upper units in the stack collapsed. 27 dead, all children. The official report blamed structural fatigue, unrelated, they said, to devotion status. But Celine found a ration voucher in the rubble. It belonged to a family who had stopped attending chapel. She remembered because she'd heard the mother complain once about too many prayers, not enough food. They had skipped morning rites for 3 weeks. The Corvens didn't miss another second. Even when illness struck again, even when Tyron began sleep-speaking in a voice not his own, even when the wall behind the shrine grew warm to the touch, almost like a heartbeat pulsing through the stone, they kept praying. Then, one evening, it wasn't enough. The silence at the end of their ritual was broken, not by them, but by a sound from inside the wall. Knock, knock, knock. 3 slow strikes, then a 4th, then a 5th. Each knock came with a vibration that cracked the plaster. The shrine tilted forward. The Aquila fell. Celine picked it up with shaking hands and tried to remount it, but it wouldn't hold. The surface behind it had warped, bulged outward slightly. The metal had softened, as if the wall was no longer stone, but flesh. Garen held his family and screamed the litany of protection over and over again. But the knocking didn't stop. It echoed throughout the block now, everywhere, as if the walls had become hollow and filled with fists. By morning, nothing remained of the Corven's unit. Just dust, a crushed shrine, and 5 small depressions in the concrete floor, perfectly shaped, perfectly still. The administratum filed it as a routine structural collapse. No further prayer mandates were issued. But in the chapel, a new sign was posted above the lectern. No one knew who placed it. It read, "We pray, and so the hive endures." In Hive Ignix, the word queue doesn't mean waiting, it means survival. A queue isn't a line, it's a test, a ritual, a thinning. People queue for water, for scrap, for corpse starch, for heat permits, for confession tokens. But the longest queue, the one everyone remembers, was for Ration Station 9K. It began like all the others, a silent line, 50 meters long, wrapped around the lower level of Dome Sector 12. No one talked, no one dared. Talking drew attention. Attention got you moved, and being moved usually meant you didn't return. But this queue was different, because it didn't move. Not for hours, not for days. On day 1, the Vox system issued a delay notice. Citizen note, ration flow disruption, stand by. No one left, because if you left, you forfeited your place. And in Hive Ignix, forfeiting meant starvation. They waited. 25 hours passed. Some sat on the ground, some stood until their legs gave out. Children fell asleep on concrete. Mothers shielded them with their own bodies. Still the line held, still no food. The Vox repeated itself every 10 minutes. Citizen note, ration flow disruption, stand by. By hour 32, people began to murmur. Low, software, not complaints, just prayers, desperate ones. Someone at the front finally approached the dispenser slit. They knocked once, twice, then screamed. Those behind him surged forward, only to find his body sprawled beneath the slot, face burned, flesh bloated, jaw unhinged, not from an explosion, from something inside. As if he had seen something no one else could. The queue didn't break, no one ran. They simply stepped around the corpse and reformed the line. By hour 40, the lights above the station began to flicker, not the usual flicker, something slower, rhythmic, like breathing. One lumen at a time dimmed, not turned off, dimmed, faded, as if the light was being drained rather than lost. The Vox continued, citizen note, ration flow disruption, stand by. People began hallucinating. They whispered of faces behind the slot, not human faces, wrong faces, smiling but without joy, smiling like someone who remembers what your bones feel like. A child vanished in hour 44. One moment he was asleep beside his sister, the next, nothing, no noise, no shadow, just gone. The sister screamed. Her voice echoed across the dome's curved walls. But no one moved. They stayed in line. She was pulled back into it, gently, like a mother correcting a child's posture at a sermon. They waited. By hour 50, the first person tried to leave. An old man said he couldn't feel his hands, said something was touching him from inside his coat. He took 3 steps back and collapsed. No wound, no sound, just fell, twitching. Blood dripped from his ears, then his eyes, then his mouth. Those nearby watched, unmoving. They stepped forward into his place, and the line remained whole. By hour 60, the people in the queue no longer blinked. They stood, eyes wide, faces slack, not asleep, not awake, just waiting. Some began whispering, not in low Gothic, not in any dialect known to Hive Ignix, but in something older, sibilant, dry. Each word cracked like rusted metal. A scribe passing by recorded one phrase: "The flesh remembers the promise." He was later found with no tongue, just a note in his hand written in his own blood. They never moved. By hour 70, the queue was no longer full, but not because people left. They faded, one by one. No sound, no scream, just a subtle shimmer, like heat rising off a kiln. Then nothing. Clothes dropped to the ground, still warm, still wet. The vox still played. Citizen note, ration flow disruption, stand by. The administratum finally sent a tech adept to investigate. He entered the ration alcove, took a single reading, then turned and shot himself through the throat. The data slate he carried simply displayed one image, a circle, made of mouths, spinning. The file corrupted the cogitator it was uploaded to. The device began reciting prayers backwards, then caught fire. The decision was made to seal the entire level. Officially, minor structural instability. Unofficially, they were warned. A warning spoken in silence. A warning that still echoes, because if you walk near Dome Sector 12, you can sometimes hear it. A line of people, unmoving, not breathing, waiting for food that never comes, waiting forever. That kind of silence didn't come from discipline or efficiency. It came from fear, the kind that grew like mold in the corners of the soul. Gavel worker Thren Eltar had been in quota compliance for 32 standard cycles. He knew the cost of failure better than anyone. 32 cycles, 3 children, 1 wife, all gone. But Thren was still here because he never missed a quota, not once. The rules were simple. Type exactly 40,000 glyphs per shift, no more, no less. Each glyph had to be correct. Spelling errors were interpreted as sedition. Break protocol, you'd be flagged for purity recalibration, and nobody came back from recalibration. Every morning, the cogitator terminal lit up with the same command: enter, input, endure. And so Thren typed. Fingers swollen, knuckles raw. He learned to blink on rhythm so he wouldn't lose seconds. He learned to swallow pain without flinching. He learned never to ask where the data went. Some said the glyphs were statistical reports. Others said it was warfront inventory, movement logs, or census updates. None of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was hitting the number. Because if you missed your quota, the red servitor came. It was called Unit Remedial 6 REKT, but everyone just called it the red one. It didn't speak, didn't move fast, didn't need to. You'd be sitting at your cogitator, blinking past hour 19, and the silence would shift. You'd feel heat behind you. You'd hear the servos clanking, the hiss of the disinfectant sprayers, and you'd know someone had failed. That day, it was base heat 92. The worker had missed 7 glyphs, only 7. He begged quietly, no sound, just his mouth moving in rapid prayer. The red servitor stopped behind him. Its injector arm rose slowly. No ceremony. The needle plunged into his neck. His eyes went glassy. He slumped forward, mouth twitching, trying to finish his last line of code. Then his cogitator screen went black. A moment later, the words appeared above it in blood red. Quota unmet. Heresy flagged. No one moved. Not even Thren. Especially not Thren, because he still had 1,224 glyphs to go. He typed faster, and when the servitor passed behind him, it didn't stop. It only hissed once. Approval. Thren didn't blink for 3 hours. That night, as he tried to sleep in his concrete cell, he heard the scraping, the same scraping that always came when someone failed. It wasn't the servitor. It came from the walls, the reprocessing pipes, someone being moved. Bones against steel, teeth against metal, not screaming, worse than screaming, whimpering, low, wet, almost grateful. He closed his eyes and prayed, but the next morning, his fingers wouldn't stop shaking. He input the first 1,000 glyphs with trembling hands. He tried to steady himself with recitations from the Codex Efficientia, but the words came out wrong. The letters blurred. His screen flickered. He retyped the same sequence 3 times. Glyph mismatch. He felt sweat bead on his neck. He wasn't going to make it. He'd failed. He looked up and saw the red light flicker on above his bay. The servitor had already turned. It was coming. Thren stood. Fast. Too fast. The chair clattered behind him. Every other worker remained perfectly still. He backed away from the cogitator, hands raised. "I'm loyal," he shouted. The servitor didn't care. The needle hissed. He ducked, ran, out of the work chamber, into the corridor. No one followed. No one ever ran. He ran blind through hab corridors, down service vents, past filth-choked reclaimer pumps, until he couldn't breathe, until he collapsed beside a rusted vent grate. There in the dark, he wept. He waited to die. But nothing came. No red light, no servitor, just silence and the soft hum of static. He opened his eyes. The cogitator in front of him blinked to life. No screen, just a blank lumen panel. Then, in pale gold, "We see that you tried." His breath caught. He looked around. No one. Then the glyphs began appearing on the screen, not typed by him, but flowing. Words he didn't understand, symbols that hurt to look at, and a phrase that repeated every few lines. Blood is a kind of input. His nose began to bleed. His fingers twitched. He tried to pull away, but the light from the screen bent toward him, like tendrils, like a net. Then, nothing. When the administratum cleared the chamber hours later, they found nothing but a cogitator unit melted into the floor, and a single phrase etched into the wall behind it. Quota met. The official report listed him as reassigned to deep duty, but the workers of Civisplex 88A still speak of him. Not out loud, never out loud. They just glance at their screens, fingers flying, because now they know. Sometimes the Emperor rewards you for trying, and sometimes something else does. The Underhive of Ignix isn't quiet, it's too quiet. The kind of silence that shivers with things unsaid, the kind that slinks between leaking pipes and listens through rusted vents. For most people, the Underhive is just a place you don't go. For kids like Dren, it's where you're born, where you're scraped into the world beneath chem smog skies, between the screams and the static, where dreams are taught to die young or twist into something else. Dren was 6 when the angels came. It started with the rats. They stopped squealing, started staring, whole swarms of them just watching, lined up in rows, eyes glinting like ink on glass, tails coiled like nooses. He thought they were sick, or maybe the sump gas had started eating his head. Then he saw the light. It wasn't lumen light, not the sick yellow glow that flickered overhead. No, this was cold, white blue, soft as snow. It came down through the cracks in the ceiling, filtered in through holes in the broken dome. And in that light they floated, not like dreams, not like saints from a holy hollow. These were too thin, too many wings. They were shaped like men, but stretched, long arms, hands that brushed the walls like whispers. Their faces were blank, their wings bled light. And when they moved, the rats followed. Dren didn't scream. He dropped his scavenged scrap, backed into the shadows, watched them glide above the grime's slick floor. One of them stopped, tilted its head, as if it had heard something behind its blank face. Then it looked at him, not with eyes, just looked. Inside, something in Dren's chest locked up. Not fear, not even awe, something deeper, older. It spoke, not with a mouth, not even with sound. Its voice was inside his bones. "You are seen." Then it opened one hand, and a rat ran up his leg into his hands, alive, breathing, still warm. "Feed us," that was all. Then they rose, up through the vents, through cracks in the ceiling, gone. The rats followed, all of them. That night, Dren didn't sleep. He sat beside the vent shaft and waited. The rat in his lap twitched, still breathing, still waiting. So Dren fed it. One scrap of corpse starch, then another, then a sliver of fungus meat he'd hidden under the floor grating. The rat chewed, watched him, didn't blink, and then the angels returned. No sound, no warning, just light. This time they hovered closer. One reached toward Dren. Its fingers dripped mist, not cold, just empty. It touched his forehead and he saw, not stars, not the Emperor. He saw a mountain of wings, a city without roofs, a sky filled with mouths. He saw rats walking upright, dressed in robes. He saw prayers written in scratch marks on sewer walls. He saw himself, older, hollow-eyed, whispering to a congregation of vermin. Then the vision ended. The angel withdrew its hand. "You are blessed," it said. "You will remember when the others forget." Dren tried to speak, but only blood came out. He wasn't scared, not anymore. The next morning the other children noticed. Rats didn't run from him anymore. They followed, even the feral ones, even the ones with eyes missing or too many teeth. They gathered when he sat. They listened when he whispered. And slowly the adults noticed too. One by one they came to Dren in the dark, asked him what the angels said, asked how to see them. He never lied. "Feed them," he whispered. So they did. Not just rats, offerings, food, old relics. Sometimes pieces of themselves, hair, teeth, blood. The angels came more often, always above, never touching the filth, but smiling, always smiling. When the Arbites came to cleanse the sector, they expected resistance. Gangs, scavs. They didn't expect silence. Whole levels empty, not a soul in sight, except for Dren. He stood in the center of the habway, arms outstretched. Behind him, thousands of rats, eyes glowing, teeth bared, and in the air above, wings, light, smiles. The footage from the Arbites' helm cams cut off after that. All that remained was static and chewing. When Administratum drones returned a week later, the entire sector had been repopulated. Clean, organized, peaceful. The rats had built altars in perfect symmetry, out of bones and data slates, and above every altar, a glyph no one could translate except Dren. He still walks the lower levels, still followed by silence and soft wing beats. He teaches the children not to fear the dark, because it's not empty anymore. Now it watches and waits for food. Marion walked the prayer path every morning, 62 steps from her hab unit to the shrine alcove. 62 back again. She counted them in whispers even as the hive groaned and cracked around her. Blessed be the Emperor. 1, 2, 3. They said routine was the soul's armor. That structure kept you sane. That prayer made the hive listen. She didn't know if that was true anymore, but she counted the steps anyway, even when her knees ached, even when the air turned copper sour, even after the tremor took her husband. 30, 31. It started 3 weeks after his death. She was walking the prayer path, hunched, shawl pulled tight, when she heard them. Footsteps, just behind her. Software precise, exactly in sync. She turned. No one. The habway was empty, lined with broken statues and votive scrap. She looked down at the grime-caked metal. Only her footprints in the dust. She frowned, continued walking. The steps resumed, always just behind, always stopping when she stopped, always following. At first she thought it was an echo or maybe another mourner in the dark, but the sound never faded with distance, never changed, and it never walked away, only toward. Day after day, night after night, no matter the hour, no matter the weather cycle, she would hear them. They never quickened, never hesitated, perfect rhythm, like a mimic, like something listening to her feet and learning. She spoke to the shrinekeeper about it. Old brother Harnell was half blind and mostly deaf, but he nodded slowly. Some footsteps are holy, he rasped. Some follow because they are called. By what? She asked. But he had already begun to pray again, drooling on his book of litanies. That night, she tried something different. She stopped halfway through the prayer path, waited. The footsteps stopped. She turned, slowly this time, and the lights flickered. For half a second, she saw it. A figure, thin, wrapped in parchment robes. Its feet were bare and bloodless. Its eyes were covered by strips of cloth, marked with prayers. Its mouth was sewn shut, but it smiled. Somehow it smiled. Then the lights returned, and it was gone. Only her footprints remained. She stumbled back into her hab, didn't sleep, didn't eat, just listened. The footsteps came again, no matter how loud she sobbed, no matter how tightly she clutched her rosary. They always came. And then, on the seventh night, they began to echo ahead of her, not just behind, as though the thing was leading now, guiding, expecting. She followed. It was raining rust water, that cycle. The ducts above her hissed and wept brown tears. But the footsteps were dry, always dry. They led her past the shrine, down an unused passage sealed by faith nails and purity wards. She didn't remember walking that way before, but her feet moved. 63, 64. She stopped counting. The corridor ended at a wall of bone and scripture, an old reliquary, one no longer tended. She hesitated. The footsteps stopped too, right beside her. She turned. This time it didn't vanish. It stood with her, its smile wider now, its body shaking, not with breath but with hunger. In its hand, a candle, unlit. It held it out to her, waited. She took it. Her fingers closed around the wax. It was warm, pulsing. The parchment figure stepped back, knelt, pressed its forehead to the ground. Then slowly it faded, melting into the rust and ash. Gone. Marion returned home, placed the candle on her table. That night, she dreamed of footsteps marching in perfect rhythm across the stars, of robed figures dancing on nothing, of shrines floating in the void, lit only by candles that bled. When she awoke, the candle was burning. It had no wick, no flame, but it glowed from within. A week later, her neighbors began whispering about the noise. Footsteps in their halls, in their vents. They came to her for answers. She told them to walk the prayer path, 62 steps, each one a beat of devotion. Some did, some didn't. Those who did saw the parchment walkers. Some went mad, some never came back. But a few, just a few, received candles. Now the path is crowded. Dozens walk it each morning, in silence, counting, step by step. And if you listen closely, you'll hear it, the rhythm behind them, faithful, waiting. And if you walk it long enough, you'll feel it too, the second pair of feet, right behind you. The workers of Dome Sector 9 Theta were used to death. They saw it in the rust-lined water they drank, in the black mold that grew in their mouths, in the way people disappeared between shifts and were never spoken of again. But they weren't afraid of death, not really. What scared them was hope, because in Hive Ignix, hope was dangerous. It made you question. It made you look up. It made you think there was something other than this grey, choking misery. And that's what started it. A rumor, just a whisper. A thought that passed between coughing lips and blistered ears, that maybe, just maybe, change was coming. It started with the work rotators breaking down. Normally, maintenance servitors would arrive within hours. This time they didn't. The machines stayed broken. So did the food pumps. So did the waste processors. So did the Vox. For 3 days, 9 Theta went silent. No contact with above, no contact with below. The lights stayed on, but dimmer, colder. Then the gas masks arrived, dropped from service drones, neatly packed, unlabeled, 50 per crate, no message, no orders. Just a yellow pictogram of a face with no mouth. Most workers didn't put them on. Some did. Then the domes sealed. No warning, no alarm. Just the sound of pressure, locks hissing shut, and then silence. That was the first sign. The second was the smell. It came from the vents. Sweet. Too sweet, like rotting fruit soaked in chemicals. It burned your throat, coated your tongue, made your eyes water, then sting, then bleed. That's when people started screaming. The ones without masks went first, collapsed where they stood, frothing, clawing at their faces. Some kept laughing even after they stopped breathing. The ones with masks, they just stood there, watching, waiting, frozen, as if listening to something behind the walls. One of them, a scribe named Luro, tried to escape. He ran to the east corridor where the maintenance locks were, found it sealed, fired his last cutter at the door until it melted. But on the other side, nothing. No hallway. Just steel. Welded. Solid. As if the hive itself had decided to forget the corridor ever existed. Then came the voice, a soft female tone over the VoxNet. But the Vox hadn't worked in days. It crackled through every unit. The same phrase repeated again and again. This is a comfort procedure. Breathe deep. Breathe free. The Emperor is your peace. Over and over. Sometimes the voice laughed. Sometimes it sobbed. The workers who survived said they didn't want to take off the masks. They wanted to breathe it in. It made them feel warm, calm, loved, like the hive itself was hugging them. One of them, an old overseer named Kren, wrote in his journal, "The gas is a sacrament. It burns away sin. I can feel the Emperor watching me through my lungs." They found him days later, his mask fused to his face, eyes glassy, flesh bloated. He'd clawed an aquila into his own chest with fingernails, smiling the whole time. After a week, the Vox message changed. A new voice, male, dry, calm. Sector 9, Theta has been blessed with environmental realignment. Resistance to sanctified reclamation is heresy. Then static, then silence, and then the gas stopped, the seals lifted, the doors opened. Adeptus Administratum officials arrived with servitors and scribes. They moved through the dome without suits, didn't flinch at the corpses, didn't stop at the claw marks on the walls, or the people curled in corners, still breathing through masks, whispering hymns backward. They filed reports, took samples, marked walls with glowing symbols no one understood, and they left. The official bulletin read, Dome 9 Theta, successful pacification via Comfort Protocol 3 Beta, casualties acceptable, morale stabilized. They called it comfort gas. They said it was merciful. They said it was better than sending in the guard, because it left the infrastructure intact. The next week, other sectors received their own masks. No explanation, just crates, and the smell in the vents. Now, when a dome goes quiet, people don't ask questions. They close their doors, pray a little harder, hold their breath, because they know what's coming. It's sweet, it's warm, and it makes you forget. The census in Hive Ignix wasn't just a yearly form. It was a ritual, a sacred recalibration, a chance for the hive to decide who was worth remembering and who wasn't. They called it the blessed audit. Everyone else just called it the watching. It began with a knock, not at the door, on the door, sharp, 3 times, exactly at 4th shift. No one ever opened it. You weren't supposed to. You simply waited, hours, sometimes days, until the data scribe arrived, wrapped in flak paper robes, their faces masked with breathing slates and vox filters. They floated forward on hover platforms, escorted by blank-faced servitors with quill limbs and data spikes. They didn't speak. They didn't ask questions. They recorded every word, every motion, every breath. And when they finished, you were either marked with the seal of census compliance or not marked at all. Those who received the seal got to live another year. Those who didn't, no one knew. They just disappeared. Even their names were deleted from records. Even their prayer logs erased. Even their families forgot. Some said it was a form of mercy. Others said it was far worse than death, because the hive remembered everything, and to be forgotten in a place like this, that was to become nothing. A man named Harl once worked in Departmentum 11, sub-level Sigma 9, a data entry clerk, quiet, precise, punctual. He completed his prayer quotas, submitted all forms, logged every hour, until one day while filing refugee records from a collapsed sector, he came across an anomaly, a duplicate name, then 2, then hundreds, all attached to individuals who had never been seen, never worked, never even existed, and yet, Their data trails were perfect, better than perfect, flawless, as if they had been designed to appear real. Curious, he flagged one, then another, then all of them. He sent a query up the chain, a simple report, no accusations, no conclusions, just an observation. He received no reply. 2 days later, a census servitor arrived at his station. It stood behind him for 7 hours, didn't speak, didn't move, didn't blink. At the end of his shift, it followed him home. When he turned to ask why, it raised a data spike, not to kill him, to scan him, his eyes, his teeth, his voice, his thoughts. The next morning, his doorframe bore a new symbol, not the compliance seal, something else. A black circle filled with red lines like veins. No one recognized it, no one spoke of it, but everyone saw it. 3 days later, Hall didn't report to work. His cogitator station was scrubbed clean, his chair removed, his file cabinet empty. When asked, his co-workers said, "Hall, who?" The census was not just about numbers. It wasn't even about people. It was about patterns, behavior, deviance, faithfulness. The Hive knew when you stopped praying. It knew when your thoughts strayed. It knew when you doubted. A woman named Fina, Hab Sector Gamma, once whispered during confession that she no longer believed the Emperor heard her. 2 days later, her food rations stopped arriving. Her water turned to black sludge. Her Hab light flickered with low-frequency codes that induced vomiting and seizures. When she begged her neighbors for help, they refused to speak. She was marked as aberrant. That was the last anyone saw of her. It was a child who revealed the truth, a boy named Dello, too curious for his own good. He found a damaged census drone, half crushed beneath a fallen duct. Instead of reporting it, he opened it. Inside, he found no gears, no machine parts, just paper, rows upon rows of names, handwritten, thousands, most crossed out, but some were still being written, even now. The ink was fresh. Next to each name was a symbol, a smile, a frown, a blank, and 1 in 10 had a black circle, just like Hall's door. Dello showed the paper to his mother. She beat him bloody, burned the page, and turned him into the local confessionary. He was reprocessed for civic renewal. A week later, his name no longer appeared in school logs. When asked, the instructor simply said, "There was never a Delo in this class. The census is watching, always. It records how long you kneel. It records how often you blink. It knows when your voice falters during hymns, when your gaze strays from the Aquila, when your thoughts betray order, and when the census deems you unnecessary. You vanish, not with violence, but with silence. No one mourns you, no one remembers you, because to question your absence is to risk the same fate." Now, in Hive Ignix, prayers are whispered a little louder. Children recite catechisms in their sleep. Workers smile when no one's watching, and when the knock comes, they do not open the door, they do not move, they simply wait to be seen, and hope that the black circle doesn't find them next. The preacher was blind, not metaphorically, not in the sacred sense. She was actually blind. Her name had once been Sira Callan, but the Hive only knew her as Mother Silence. They said she had burned out her own eyes at the age of 9, after seeing something in the reflection of a shrine glass that shouldn't have been there. When asked what it was, she only smiled and said, "The Emperor, smiling in silence." That's how it began, that phrase. The first seed of something that would grow too large to cut down. Her sermons were never loud. She didn't shout like the other preachers. She whispered gently, tenderly. Her voice floated like smoke in the chapel halls of Sector Delta 13. People came not to hear answers, but to be near her silence. They said it was comforting. They said her presence soothed them like a prayer never could. And when she prayed, she never moved her lips. She just bowed her head, and the walls listened. Then came the voices. It began with a child, a girl named Telia. She had never spoken a word in her life, mute from birth, diagnosed by the Adeptus Medicae as incurable, unfit for labor. She sat at the back of the chapel every week unmoving, until one day she began to speak, not aloud, but behind her own voice, a whisper that came not from her throat but from somewhere near her ear, just behind it. It wasn't her mouth didn't move, but her family heard it. A second voice, layered, old, calm, saying, "She is ours, she is faithful, she will never be alone again." Then others began to hear it too. Different voices, different versions of themselves, whispers coming from behind their own heads just beyond reach. They spoke truths the listeners had buried, regrets, confessions, memories they hadn't shared with anyone, not even in official repentance. One man jumped from a walkway screaming, "It won't shut up. It's me, but not me. It knows what I did." Mother Silence never reacted. She continued her silent prayers, her soft bowing, her hands folded tight over her burned-out eyes. But the whispers grew louder. People stopped sleeping. They feared what their other selves would say. Some tried to confess everything at once. They begged to be silenced. One woman sealed her own ears with wax and wire. Another poured acid into her auditory ports. None of it worked, because the voices weren't in the ears. They came from somewhere else, from behind. The ecclesiarchy sent officials to investigate. They found the chapel pristine, perfect prayer quotas, clean compliance charts. Even the walls exuded incense. But one of the investigators, a stern man from Hive Luxor, heard something as he stepped into the chapel's center. A voice behind his ears, whispering, "Your mother never forgave you. You know that. That's why you never visit her grave." He turned pale, sick, collapsed. He never spoke again. His Vox recordings were confiscated, redacted, sealed. Soon after, the whispers spread beyond the chapel. They echoed through Voxcasters in broken lift shafts, through humming cogitator fans, through the static of blank slates. Everywhere someone was alone. They heard something just beyond understanding. Their own voice, speaking secrets, mocking pain, repeating memories they had buried under decades of service. One transmission drone, when dismantled, was found to be broadcasting a single sentence on loop. He smiles in silence because he does not need to forgive. When asked what was happening, Mother Silence finally spoke aloud. Her first full sentence in years, she smiled and said, "The Emperor hears only silence now, because silence is truth, and truth is unbearable." They tried to take her after that, but her followers tore the enforcers apart, screaming, weeping, laughing. Even as their bones cracked and their eyes bled, they kept chanting her name until their tongues split from their mouths. No one ever found her body, only her robes, neatly folded, resting on the pulpit. Beside them was a recording slate, one phrase etched into the data: "If he loves us, why does he never speak?" Now in the deeper hives, people speak less, not out of reverence, out of fear. Because when you talk too much, you might hear the echo, the one that sounds like you, but isn't, the one that knows what you hide, and once you hear it, it never goes away. The Emperor smiles in silence, because silence tells no lies, and silence remembers everything. Sleep was never a right in Hive Ignix. It was a risk, an indulgence granted only when the work was done, when prayers had been logged, when quotas were fulfilled, when no alarms blinked red in the darkness, which is to say, never. On sub-level Van Delta, beneath Reactor Wing Theta 4, the Magisterium of Labor Reformation issued its newest proclamation: slumber is sedition, vigilance is worship. It was known as the Litany of Sleep Deprivation. It began as policy, then a ritual, then a test of faith, and soon it became a curse. The workers of Van Delta were given new orders: 72-hour shifts, no breaks, chants recited on the hour, 2 lines: "I serve until I collapse. I collapse to prove I served." Those who faltered were re-educated. Those who collapsed too early were marked as insufficiently zealous. Those who lasted too long were promoted to lead the next wave. Some begged not to be promoted, because leadership meant surviving longer, and surviving longer meant witnessing what came at the end. A man named Dren was one of the first, mid-level pipe surveyor. He was proud, 10 years of service, clean record, minimal strikes, but sleep was sacred to him. He said his dreams were where the Emperor whispered, but after 5 days of mandated consciousness, he no longer believed the voice in his head was divine, because it laughed. At first, just once, then again, louder, until even when he screamed back, it never stopped. He tried to speak to the labor overseer, but the overseer was slumped over, mouth locked in a smile, muttering the same line for 20 minutes. The walls are breathing. They haven't blinked yet. Why haven't they blinked yet? Dren hit his limit on the 6th day, his hands shaking, eyes leaking blood, muttering hymns with missing syllables. They told him he had failed. They told him he would be purified. Purification meant the dream chairs. They weren't chairs, really. They were slabs, with straps and needles. The tech priests called it neuroincineration. The rest just called it the burning sleep. Once strapped in, they didn't inject sedatives. They injected dreams, compressed loops of holy mantras designed to flood the mind with faith during REM. But none of the workers ever made it to REM because the mind couldn't tell what was real anymore. One woman screamed for 12 hours before her throat split open, insisting she'd seen her own birth replayed in reverse. Another claimed she watched herself die from above, on loop, over and over. Dren. He didn't scream. He just whispered, "He never stops working, not even in death. The Emperor never sleeps. And now, neither do I." Eventually, the Department of Holy Metrics issued a success report. Sleep levels had dropped 92%. Faith reports up by 300%, efficiency doubled. But the data left something out. The chanting. The workers kept repeating the litany. Even when unprompted, even when they were alone, even when asleep, those few allowed to rest between shifts, they still chanted. One cogitator scribe noticed it first. Sleep recordings from workers' quarters revealed mumbling, not random, not dreams, but perfect synchronized chants. I serve until I collapse. I collapse to prove I served. On every floor, every level, all through the cycle, even those not assigned to Vant Delta began repeating it in their sleep. A boy named Minos, barely 8 years old, was caught whispering it in his classroom. The instructor asked where he learned it. The boy blinked, confused, then said, "The metal men told me." When questioned further, he described beings made of wires and masks. They came in the moments between sleep, not dreams, not waking, something else. And they taught him how to keep the work going, even when tired, even after death. He died 3 days later, brain failure. The autopsy showed no signs of trauma, only abnormal growth around the pineal gland and temporal lobe. The Medaiki described it as faith tumors. The magisterium did not stop the program, they expanded it. Hive sectors began competing. Sleep was tracked like sin. Lack of it became sacred. Children were praised for staying awake during sermons. Workers confessed to accidentally dozing like they were confessing to murder. And the dream chairs kept burning. Then the visions began, not hallucinations, not in the way most understood. The awake, those at their 120-hour mark, began seeing things in the vents, not crawling, hovering, figures made of static and scrap, dripping light, eyes too numerous, mouths whispering the litany backward. One man gouged out his own ears with a cogitator stylus. Another poured boiling machine oil into his eyes. One by one, the long awake began to murmur, "We are dreaming someone else's dream, and they hate us for waking up." Finally, the magisterium declared the test complete. A success. They issued sleep rations again. 2 hours per cycle. Workers cried with joy. Some collapsed the moment they touched bedding, but none of them could sleep. Not truly. Not without hearing the chant. Not without feeling eyes on them. Eyes from behind the vent grills. Eyes from their own skulls. Eyes that no longer needed sleep, because the Emperor does not sleep, and neither should his children. The tremor hit at 3:17 local time. No warning, no siren, just a low, grinding hum. It vibrated through the metal ribs of Hive Ignix like the groan of a dying god. Then, the shriek of tortured plasteel. Support towers buckled, hab blocks imploded, spires folded like wax under a black sun. The quake lasted 23 seconds, and nearly 80,000 lives. Entire families swallowed by collapsing corridors, sectors vanishing into sinkholes. walls shearing into voids that had no bottom, and yet the next day's public Voxcast message was clear: Hive quake registered, structural loss assessed, civilian casualties 0. Repeat, nothing was lost. For the survivors, that lie was worse than the quake itself, because they knew what they saw. They heard the screams, they felt the bones break beneath rubble, but the administratum refused to acknowledge it. They sent servitors to clean the streets, drones to rebuild facades, data logs were overwritten. Every family member lost was listed as transferred to external assignment. No funerals, no rites, just omission. Even the shrine candles refused to stay lit. A man named Varn still kept the names of his wife and daughter, etched into a tin sheet. He wore it under his robes. He'd held their hands when the quake started, watched them vanish into the collapsing floor like they'd been erased from the world. When he went to the records office, they told him, "Sir, those individuals were never registered, assigned to your household. Are you feeling mentally compromised? Should we begin memory integrity protocol?" Varn didn't argue. He knew what that meant. A memory integrity protocol was a neural scrape, a purge. If you remembered something the Imperium said didn't happen, then it was you that had to be corrected. Others tried to resist. A group of mourning citizens gathered. They held a vigil outside the remains of Sector 9A. They sang quiet hymns, held photos, prayed. Arbites arrived 2 hours later and declared the gathering a heretical assembly. The mourners were beaten, publicly, then drafted into ash disposal, their punishment for inciting panic with unverifiable claims. None of them returned. What made it worse was the silence, not just from the officials, but from the Hive itself. The collapsed sectors were sealed. No excavation, no retrieval, no aid, just locked bulkheads and yellow-lit warning signs that blinked. Zone under restructuring, all is well. The Emperor provides. One tech adept was caught trying to hack into the quake logs. She was found later in a sump tunnel, both eyes drilled cleanly from her skull. Not gouged, drilled, precise, surgical. Her data slate was missing. The servitors denied seeing anything. They always denied everything. Some citizens started whispering that the quake wasn't natural, that it wasn't a tectonic shift, that something moved beneath the Hive, shifted, stretched. Something older than the Hive foundations. One worker claimed she saw a stairwell twist during the quake, not collapse, but literally turn in on itself like it was alive. She said she saw lights flickering inside the walls, shapes, watching. When she tried to report it, the Vox station played static, then a single line in a soft, wet voice. Nothing was lost. You were meant to forget. The children knew something was wrong too. Some began drawing pictures of hands reaching from the cracks, from the floor, of faces inside walls. One child, barely 6, carved a phrase into her cot, into the cot frame before going silent for days. The Hive is hollow, and it remembers who we step on. Her mother was taken for educational reconditioning. The child was sent to the orphanage sector. 2 weeks later, the orphanage collapsed. Another minor structural failure. Casualties, 0. By the next cycle, new workers were imported into the affected zones, young, blank, unaware. When asked about the quake, they said, "There was no quake, just routine reinforcement." They looked and spoke like everyone else, but they were too perfect. No past, no names, only service designations. One of them, assigned to Varn's sector, walked into the old chapel ruins, stared at the melted icons and whispered, "It screamed when it died." The Hive screamed. "Didn't you hear it?" Then smiled and never mentioned it again. Those who survived began changing, not visibly, not all at once, but there was something missing behind their eyes. They obeyed more quickly, they blinked less, they stopped mourning, and slowly they began to echo the same phrase. Nothing was lost, nothing was lost, nothing was lost. Even when no one asked, even when they were alone. One man slit his own throat while repeating it. Another carved it into a child's forehead before vanishing into a maintenance tunnel. Now, in the quiet levels of Hive Ignix, There are corridors where you can still hear it. A soft rumble far below, like something breathing or waiting. The quake was only the first twitch, a shift, a correction, and if you ask the Hive records, they'll tell you there was no quake, there was no loss, and no one was ever missing, because in the Imperium, only heresy is remembered, and only the living make mistakes. But the dead are perfect. The dead never disobey, they never speak, and they never happened. It began with a dream. Narak Vence, Hab Servitor for Upper Corridor Theta 79, jolted awake at 0400 hours, sweat dripping from his pores and the taste of iron thick on his tongue. Not blood, rust, he was certain of it. The same rust that covered every pipe he scrubbed, every bolt he turned, every hatch he opened to dump corpse waste into the recycling chute. But this wasn't from work. This was something inside him. Something new. His right hand stung. Deep, burning ache. When he opened his palm, he saw it. An eye, perfectly formed, lidless, wet, blinking once, then staring. He screamed until his throat tore open. They didn't believe him at first. They sedated him, scanned him, declared it a psychotic stress response, until the Medicaid team saw it blink. They fled the room. One tried to pull his own eyelids off. Another vomited black sludge. It hissed as it hit the tiles. Eventually someone reported it, and that's when the Arbites came. They didn't ask questions, didn't speak. They simply restrained him, hard steel clasps and neural inhibitors, and carried him to the Hall of Correction. No trial, no explanation, just a line from the handler's vox. An unlicensed ocular manifestation. That's a loyalty breach. The inquisitorial priest who met him said nothing, not for the first hour, only watched. Watched the eye, watched it move, watched Narak try to look away, tried not to look at his own hand and failed. Then the priest spoke. Do you know what it is? What the eye of the throne is, worker? Narak shook his head. It's not a symbol, not allegory. It's not a carving on a shrine. It is real, and it sees those who stray. Then he produced the blade, serrated, blessed, screaming with caged machine spirit agony. The test of loyalty is not what you survive, it is what you choose to lose. And he severed Narak's hand clean at the wrist. The eye did not bleed, it wept. A thick amber-colored tear leaked from its pupil as it hit the floor. It sizzled, burned through steel. The priest fell silent, trembled. The guards didn't react. They couldn't. Their eyes had rolled back in their skulls, every mouth whispering a phrase in a language no one recognized, except Narak. He understood it, because the eye did. It wasn't his. It never was. They sealed the chamber, declared it unclean. The priest was never seen again. The guards were reassigned. To Thought Reconstruction Quarantine, Narak survived. Without a hand, without a name. He became Subject 771-Beta and was sent to a remote labor hive to finish in silence. But the eye had changed him. It was gone, but its vision remained. It lingered inside. He began to see things before they happened. Maintenance collapsed before scaffolds gave way. Fires before sparks danced in the air. Faces in crowds who were about to disappear. He tried to ignore it, tried to stay silent, until the second eye opened, not on his other hand, but inside his mind. He could feel it blinking behind his thoughts, measuring his fear, and it whispered, "The throne sleeps. So we must watch." Others began changing too. A sanitation worker reported blood in his shadow. A Vox operator heard the dead weeping between frequencies. A child said the sun was blinking at him. Every report was logged, every citizen punished, except Narak, because by then he had become something more. The others began to follow him, unspoken, unled, as if pulled by strings they didn't see. They carved runes into the walls, said they appeared in their dreams. One night, Narak entered the central shrine of the labor hive, empty, candleless, dust-choked and hollow. He approached the rusted aquila, looked up, and blinked. The statue blinked back. and then it opened its own eyes, hundreds, popping like pustules across its surface, across the wings and breastplate, and it spoke in a voice that only he could hear. There are more thrones than you know, and some are never meant to sleep. The next day, the hive erupted, a silent explosion of knowledge. People began carving out their own eyes to make room for sight. Others stood in corners muttering equations that bent logic and reason. The air shimmered in corridors, lights flickered in patterns like breathing, and at the heart of it all, Narak stood calmly, smiling, watching. One eye in his mind open, one eye still weeping in a jar they could never destroy. The reports reached the top, but by then it was too late. The hive was already sealed, declared lost, plasma bombed from orbit. Nothing survived, nothing recorded, nothing remembered, except a small note passed in whispers between astropaths far above the stars. He opened the eye, and now the throne must watch with one open forever. They called it an honor. Every Hablock in Hive Selenis knew the rules. Once every solar month, each family would report to the allocation square and enter the purity lottery. 1 child per household. Age range, 6 to 12. No exceptions, no opt-outs. To deny the draw was to deny the Emperor's light. Families brought their children wrapped in ceremonial cloth, hands bound in incense-drenched linen, eyes cast low. Each child was led to the central altar, an aged cogitator shrine with a blood-slick data slate and a mechanical servo arm. The servo selected a name at random, then the chosen would be taken. Sometimes they returned days later, clothed in white, heads shaved, silent and glassy-eyed. These were called the Blessed, but most didn't come back, and no one was allowed to ask why. Dama's family had survived 10 lotteries without loss. Her mother, Harya, worked triple shifts sorting bones in the reclaim pits. Her father, before he'd fallen into the vat, had whispered warnings about the lottery, saying it wasn't what it claimed, that it was never about purity, that it was about hunger. Now Dema was 10, and their turn came due. Harja prepared her daughter carefully, braided her hair, lit votive candles, recited the litany of selection. Her hands trembled. She had seen what came back from the lottery, how the blessed walked like broken dolls, how they smiled with mouths that didn't move, how they never spoke again. Dema didn't cry. She only asked, "Mama, will it hurt?" Harja lied. "No, sweetling. The Emperor's love never hurts," and in that lie, she felt her soul crack. At the square, the crowd was silent. No shouts, no prayers, just waiting, as if the entire hive held its breath once a month to see who would vanish next. The servo arm jittered to life. A low mechanical tone echoed. "Candidate, Dema Harja, confirmed," and just like that, it was done. Harja screamed, fell to her knees, begged them to take her instead, but the enforcer bots didn't stop. They wrapped Dama in a silver shroud and carried her away, through the black door beneath the cogitator altar, the door that never opened for anyone else. Hours passed. Harja never moved from the square. Others left, accepted their luck, but she remained, bleeding from the knees, hollow from the inside out. Then, a click. The black door opened. Dema stood there, clothed in white, unblinking. Her lips were stitched closed, not crudely, perfectly, ritualistically. Her eyes shimmered not with tears, but with mirrored shine like still water beneath alien stars. She didn't run to her mother, didn't speak, didn't blink. She simply raised her hand, pointed to the crowd, then turned around, walked back through the black door. The door sealed, this time, forever. Harya tried to follow. They stopped her, said she had witnessed a double blessing, that her child had been chosen not just to serve, but to see, and that seeing was forbidden. That night, Harya found something under her sleeping mat, a data slate, old, cracked. The file inside had no title, no signature, just one sentence. "We feed it hope. It feeds on choice." She ran to the Hall of Record, to the shrines, to anyone who would listen. They all responded the same. "There is no Dema Harja registered in this hive. You are in error. She showed them the scar where the data chip had been implanted at birth. They called it self-harm. She showed them the ashes of Dama's toy, still warm from the pyre. They called it delusion. Then came the purge. The next lottery was doubled in size. 2 children per household for increased divine assessment. Entire hab blocks were emptied. The chosen didn't scream anymore. They went willingly, eyes shining, hearts silent, as if something behind the black door had called them home. And Haja disappeared 2 nights later. The neighbors said they heard her whispering to a wall. Others said they saw her hugging an invisible child. Only the enforcers reported the truth. They found her hanging above the allocation square, body sliced open, insides arranged into high Gothic script. The words spelled, "The lottery is hungry." No one removed the body. They built a shrine around it, and the lottery continued. In Hive Selenis, purity is measured not by faith, but by how willingly you let them take your children. They called her up to the platform when she turned 12, not because she was special, not because she had done anything wrong, but because she had survived childhood, and that meant it was time to become a citizen of Hive Obrex. Shula wore the grey robe of the unmarked, hair shaved, lips sealed by ash blessing. The crowd was silent, not watching out of pride, but out of fear that if they didn't watch, their names might be forgotten next. At the top of the steps waited the registrator, a Mechanicus-adjacent scribe with voice box static and fingers of iron styluses. He did not greet her. He simply extended one rusted claw toward the obsidian slab, known as the Book of Flesh. "Name," the machine buzzed. "Jula Bryn," she answered. "Bloodline, 4th generation from Sump Splicer Bryn. No known deviation." "Confirmed." A metal drawer slid open at the base of the slab. Inside, a single piece of sharpened bone. "You will now inscribe your lineage into your skin." Eula didn't hesitate. She had practiced, knew the strokes. Her mother had shown her the motion with kitchen wire. Still, it hurt more than she expected. Each letter took time, each motion deliberate. She carved BRIN 478 into the inside of her left forearm. Blood ran thick and black onto the slab. It hissed as it touched the surface. "Insufficient," the registrator crackled. "More blood required." Hula blinked. "But I wrote the name." "More blood," it repeated, "or your claim will be void." The crowd shifted. People looked away. They knew what came next. Hula lifted the bone again, drove it deeper into the cut, twisted, ripped. Blood spilled, sizzling, boiling, steaming on the Book of Flesh. The obsidian surface flickered with runes. Lines of forgotten script swirled and sank into the slab. And then, a chime, software like glass breaking underwater. The registrator stepped forward, stamped a brand of red wax above her wound. It bore no crest, no Aquila, no throne, only a single word in High Gothic: accepted. From that moment forward, she was a citizen, entitled to quarter food, assigned to labor shifts, permitted to breed at 16, obligated to report any heretical thoughts, dreams, or deviations in family purity. And every week the wound was checked. If it healed too quickly, she was given salves to reopen it. If it scarred in a way that obscured the name, she would be required to recarve. If the letters blurred, memory recalibration. And if the blood no longer sizzled when touched to the slab. Gene failure, termination recommended. Hula came to understand something in the following years. That the Book of Flesh wasn't a record-keeping tool, it was a filter. It tasted who was worthy, who was pure, who would burn hot when called. She watched others take the test. Some bled clear, some bled smoke. One girl, whispering as she carved, began to steam from the eyes. She smiled as her skin peeled. The slab rang like a bell that day. They called her a chosen emissary and took her to a vault beneath the habstack. She never returned. Jula once asked the registrator where the Book of Flesh came from. It stared at her in silence, then replied, "It was here before us, and it will be here long after. We do not question the slab, we survive it." On her 20th birthday, Jula looked at the scar again. The letters had warped. The 4 was curling inward. The B looked like a spiral. When she touched it, her fingers burned. The slab was calling her. She returned to the platform at midnight, alone, placed her arm on the surface. The runes shimmered again, and something deep in the hive answered, not in words, but in a pulse, a hunger, a knowing, that every name written in blood was not preserved, it was digested. Jula understood then. Citizenship wasn't a reward, it was sacrifice. Every name fed into the hive's memory. Every drop of blood nourished something sleeping below the slabs. Something old, something imperial in name only. And still they lined up, still they carved, because to not be a citizen was to disappear without record. In Hive Obrex, belonging meant pain, and your name only mattered if it bled enough to be swallowed. It started with a whisper, not from a voice, not from a man, but from the walls. Hive Sector D 97B, a minor residential dome 3 tiers beneath the plasma refineries, began reporting anomalies, low prayer compliance, sluggish work cycles, increased communal silence. One scribe noted, "Sector appears contemplative, possibly spiritually dry." The next week, 79 civilians coughed up blood. During the morning hymn, the enforcers labeled it an Emperor's Will correctional event. They brought in a task force, an ecclesiarchal unit, each hub unit sprayed with holy vapor, each family chanting twice daily, the 3rd benediction, until further notice. But the coughing didn't stop. It worsened, not just blood but teeth. Whole rows, loosened and dropped into food trays. Children wept but didn't scream. Some stopped speaking altogether. One boy, no more than 5, etched the same phrase into every wall of his dormitory. "He speaks through my stomach." By week 3, the sector was closed. No traffic in or out, lights dimmed, oxygen rations cut to 50%. The Vox played only one phrase on repeat. "Faith heals all things. Bleed for him." Alma Wren was a medici aide assigned to D97B. She had been told the dome required liturgical compliance checks and moral wellness evaluation. She arrived to find silence, not decay, not chaos, just orderly ruin. Bodies were piled in precise lines, hands folded, mouths stitched. There were no screams, no moans, just the sound of dripping, steady and constant, from the walls. Her escort, a solemn preacher in rust-colored robes, guided her through each zone. He did not speak, only nodded. They passed classrooms where children sat in rows, blank-eyed, mouths open, reciting nothing, just breathing, as if waiting for something to fill them. The deeper Alma went, the more she noticed it. Everyone was thin, not from starvation, but from draining. Their skin had a waxy pallor, their nails had fallen off, and their veins glowed faintly, an inner golden hue, like sunlight trapped inside rot. She found the central chapel converted into a triage ward, but no one was treated. The wounded lay on cots, facing the altar. None moved. At the center stood a priest. He wore no mask. He was smiling with no teeth, no lips, just gums slick with ichor. He looked at Alma and whispered, "He has cured them. They no longer resist digestion." That night, Alma snuck into the records room. The files were gone, burned or redacted, all except one, a field report by an adept who had been the first to catalogue it. It read, symptoms, blood vomiting, teeth loss, dreams of internal sermons, cells glow, high compliance, low rebellion. At the bottom, recommended treatment, full incineration of infected zone. But keep one alive, it learns. She ran, or tried to. The Vox box screamed, not sound, command. Do not leave, do not struggle. Your flesh is willing, your resistance is memory. The Emperor has no more questions, only appetite. The guards found her curled in a refuse bin, bleeding from her mouth, whispering prayers in a voice that wasn't hers. They dragged her to the center of the square. The priest stood waiting with a syringe, filled with gold. He stabbed it into her chest. Fire bloomed through her lungs. She felt her thoughts melt. And then, stillness. When Alma opened her eyes again, the world was clean, bright, The others welcomed her without words. They bowed, and together they walked to the chapel, not to pray, but to prepare. A day later, Sector D97B was declared recalibrated, reopened to production. No mention of sickness, no records filed, just one line recorded. In the administratum log, faith density increased, sector now 89% compliant, burn rate acceptable. But the real sickness, it wasn't in their bodies, it was in their belief. They accepted the infection they became, the doctrine, and in the Imperium, that's what it means to heal. At first it was just a missed syllable, not even a full error, just a pause. He stood at his post near the Vox relay tower, entering the daily prayer log, as always. For the Emperor, he blinked. The sentence didn't feel right. It hovered strangely, disjointed, above his tongue. He looked at the data slate. The words were there, clearly printed. But something in his chest whispered, "You've never read these before in your entire life." His name was Fex, or Frix, or something like that. He couldn't quite recall it clearly. It was printed on his ID badge, though, so he stopped thinking about it altogether. He figured the static from the relay tower had been affecting his ears again lately. He'd heard the stories. Long-range Vox fields hum so loud the brain learns to stop listening. Except this time, it wasn't his hearing. It was everything else that was slowly failing. By week 2, his co-workers had begun referring to him only by his title, not his name. "Relay Scribe, come log this." "Scribe, help me with the coil frequency." "Hey, Scribe, do you sleep?" He asked one, a woman named Dera, if she remembered his name from before. She smiled and answered him calmly. "That's a funny question for you to ask." "Why?" he asked. She replied, "Because it's not my job to remember you at all." His dreams became wrong. He dreamed of empty halls filled entirely with mirrors. Each mirror showed him a different version of himself. Some were children, some were old, some were machines with skin draped over cogitator wiring. None of them looked directly at him. They stared just off to the side, as if something else was also in the room. When he woke, he couldn't remember where he lived anymore. The layout was familiar. The workers' hab block was the same. But which door was his own assigned unit? He tried every lock. None of them worked. Eventually he walked into the quietest one. He sat down on the bunk. No one stopped him. No one asked him why. The Vox tower began whispering at night, not through the speakers but through the very walls. He leaned close, pressed his ear to the metal, and clearly heard something say, "You are not one name. You are the space between forgotten designations. Let go." He tried to file a report, but when he accessed the data terminal, it responded, "Access denied. Citizen file not found." He typed his name again. The screen went blank. On the 5th night, Dera confronted him in the hallway outside her hab sleeping quarters. "You've been sleepwalking," she said. "No, I haven't," he replied. She stared at him blankly. "You stood over me for hours, mouth moving, but making no sound at all." "I don't," he stammered. "You kept whispering that you were many," she said softly. He stopped sleeping after that. It didn't matter. His body kept moving without him. One evening, he found his hands wiring a new subnode into the relay system. He had no memory of why or how, but the cables fit. The ports hummed. The machine spirit approved of his work. The tower began emitting unauthorized frequencies after that. High-pitched bursts, then low moans, then fragments of what sounded eerily like countless names. Thousands of them, all overlapping, all just on the edge of linguistic recognition and sanity. He heard his own voice among them, but he didn't know what it was saying. He went to the Hab Ministry and begged for official assistance. The scribe looked him over, then checked her records. "There's no one listed under that sector with your name. But I work at the relay," he said. "You're not in the system," she replied. "My file, my room, my badge. Badges can be forged, rooms get reassigned often," she said. "No file means no designation. No designation means you are not real," she added. He screamed. No one reacted. That night, the relay tower emitted a final signal. Just one word, erased. And when they came to check the next day, nothing remained. His workstation was empty. His bunk was assigned to another. His ID badge was gone. His name had not only been forgotten, it had never existed in the first place. But still, the whispers remain. Dara hears them in her sleep like a fading echo. They ask her questions. Do you know who stood beside you? They ask slowly. Do you remember what was lost? What will you become when your name fades too? In Hive logic, memory is a commodity. Identity is a function. When either fails, you are overwritten. And the Vox Tower, it still hums in the distance, and somewhere in the static, a voice not quite human whispers, I was once someone, I think. The dreams came first. Software colorless, figures moving at the edge of perception, shadows without features, only outlines, like they'd been cut from memory and laid gently into the mind without sound. They did not speak, they did not move, they only watched from behind layers of quiet. Toma was a record keeper for the Scholastica Statistum, a low-level thought indexer, forgotten among bureaucrats. His job was simple: transcribe dream patterns from civilians, scrub heresy, and store them in vaults. He had done this for 20 years, 10,000 dreams, all absurd, irrelevant, or broken, until one night, the same dream appeared 117 times. Not one dreamer, many, identical, same description. A dull angel bends over me. It lifts my thoughts and removes favorites. He flagged the pattern, sent it up 2 levels. The response returned, brief and cold. Continue work. Possible meme seep from Underhive myth, no danger detected, no further attention required. But the dreams continued. 200, then 400. Then, without warning, they reached him directly. At first it was subtle. He'd forget the words to the daily creed while praying. Then he'd sit to work, only to realize he couldn't remember how to type his name. Later he forgot what his sister looked like, or whether he had a sister at all. He began writing dreams in his own hand before reading them, yet they matched exactly, word for word. He didn't read them. He remembered them. But they weren't his memories. He visited the Medicae for analysis, neural wear, sleep cycle degeneration, psychic contamination, or subliminal stimuli. Number all scans clean. The doctor leaned close and whispered something unsettling in his ear. Some angels don't give you thoughts, Mr. Toma. They take the ones you love most. That's not medical advice, Toma muttered. No, the doctor replied. It's a warning. The next night, Toma locked himself in his hab cube and scrawled his memories onto walls. Every joy, every sorrow, childhood smells, his father's laugh, his first loss, his first hope. He wanted them fixed, real, truthful. When he awoke, the walls were blank again. The ink was still there, but the stories had changed into something alien and unfamiliar. The angel stood in the doorway. It had no face, only a blur, frozen in motion. Its fingers were long and soft, like wax melting in reverse, growing upward toward the ceiling. In one hand it held a jar. Inside floated a small flickering shape of light. Toma pressed his head to the floor and screamed, "Give it back! Give it back!" The angel tilted and then vanished, without sound, without leaving a trace behind the doorframe. He filed a secondary report, this time bypassing channels. He sent it to the Ordo Cognitus. The reply came short and sterile. Dream harvesters are not classified as xenos or demons. They are remnants, ghosts of thought from civilizations erased by the warp. We tolerate them. When we must, stop remembering what they take, or they will take you too. Toma stopped writing, stopped praying, stopped doing anything that required memory. Memory, he realized, was bait, but it didn't save him. One day he looked down and found himself copying his dream, word for word, into the public register. He hadn't written it yet, but there it was. The dream was simple. He stood in a chairless room, surrounded by soft, whispering questions. Who gave you your name? What did your mother smell like? What song did you hear when your first pet died? Would you scream if no one remembered you had existed? The whispers gathered into the angel's jar. Inside it, his voice trembling in silent motion. That afternoon he was reassigned without explanation. New title, Thought Redaction Technician. New sector, Null Beta. He entered the lift. The doors shut. They never reopened, and no one asked again. The memory vaults say he still works there, though no one has seen him since. But sometimes others file reports. Soft sounds, grey footprints near the walls, or faint whispers that ask, would you trade one good memory for peace? As if peace listens, the angels still harvest. They don't speak, they don't hurt, they just take, quietly, and what they take gently. Which is worse, because you never feel it go, until one day you try to remember what love felt like, and all that comes is silence. They were known as the Vox Harmonium of Hive Selenica Grey, an old order, throat binders, faith singers, 30 voices rising in synchrony, morning and night, chanting Emperor's liturgy in harmony. They sang through vox casters stitched into cathedral walls, guiding work shifts, sleep, and daily worship cycles. When they sang, the hive knew peace. When they stopped, something unspoken twisted in the air. It began subtly, a single note inverted, a cadence that fell upward like broken glass. The tones remained beautiful, but the meaning felt wrong, like a sacred memory cracked in half. Most thought it was echo, malfunction, or new compositions from terror meant to inspire devotion. But Father Run, cathedral caretaker and liturgy scholar of 67 years, knew something was wrong. He could hear it plainly. They were singing it backward, he whispered to the acolytes, not just syllables reversed, intention reversed. Sound bent inward, spirit flipped like a prayer imploding. Instead of, we praise him who gave us light, they now sang, light gave him. It made no sense until it did, until it began to mean something altogether new. One by one, the harmonium changed. Brother Cole burned incense backwards, smoke curled toward the censer. Sister Halmin spoke only in questions, even when begging for food from the midday ration. Two younger singers stared at an unlit lumen bulb, saying prayers floated between flickers in dark. Then the bleeding started. Nosebleeds at first, then from their gums, then from behind their eyes. But still, they sang, even as blood slicked their vestments and pooled at the choir dais. By week's end, the voices began splitting. One harmonic mass became layers of eerie distortion. Low tones beneath high tones, beneath whispers, beneath something grinding that didn't sound human anymore. Some listeners wept. Others vomited. One collapsed and awoke speaking a dialect long declared extinct. The Arbites were summoned. They breached the cathedral to investigate. Only 2 men walked out. Both were deaf. One screamed until his tongue tore. The other etched a message in blood. Their song isn't for us. Then collapsed and died, with hymns still echoing in his ears. The ecclesiarchy ordered the harmonium silenced, permanently. But when acolytes arrived, the doors were sealed. Inside, the choir still sang, not by voice, by breath, by pulse. The stone resonated. If you stood close, your heartbeat would match it, and you'd begin humming without control, even if you didn't want to. Even if your lips stayed closed, your lungs obeyed. Father Run pleaded, raise the cathedral. The administratum refused. It still produces hymn frequency output, but the words are reversed, he argued. So, it's still prayer, came the bureaucratic response. It's heresy, he cried. It's efficient, they said, and efficiency, they added, is a form of holiness. Then the cathedral changed. The stained glass saints reversed posture, hands once raised, now cupped downward. Eyes that closed in reverence opened wide, black and leaking ink in permanent silent tears. The statue of the emperor twisted on its dais. Its smile remained, but it faced the wall. A maintenance worker cleaning the outer buttresses reported something stranger beneath the Vox relay node. He found hundreds of teeth, each inscribed with script, each softly humming the reversed prayer. He collected 10, brought them home. He was later found speaking backwards to his infant daughter. Word spread. Pilgrims arrived to hear the miracle hymn. They wept in joy and terror. They said it gave them memories they never knew they lost, dreams in other people's voices. They said the Emperor's light had blinded them, but now, finally, silence made sense. The official church lost control. They sent exorcists, nulls, mind washers. They entered the cathedral in force. They screamed, they burned their own tongues, but the choir kept singing through blood and bone. Then came the Vox event. All Hive communication systems inverted, announcements, sermons, alerts, reversed mid-transmission. No tech adept could repair it. Turning off the speakers didn't work. The air itself transmitted sound. Father Run returned alone. One final time, he stood before the cathedral's vast iron doors. He pressed his ear to the cold metal. The choir still sang. 30 voices, but one louder, a deeper voice, too large to fit in lungs, too old to remember starting. It whispered once, "To undo the prayer is to complete it." Then silence fell briefly. Run opened the doors. No one was inside, just pews and a floor shaped like a tongue. The cathedral was sealed with permacrete, memory wiped from all local records, as if it never stood. But sometimes, when a child is born in Hive Selenica grey with no voice but perfect pitch, the people whisper, "The song still breathes." It said if you play the Emperor's prayer backward, syllable by syllable, you don't hear heresy, you hear clarity. It started with a light that didn't turn off, not flickering, not broken, just constant. Section Tether 9 of Hive Ignix, mostly manufactoria workers, scribes, shrines. A forgotten dome beneath the upper glow. The glow globes in corridor Gamma 7 refused to die. Crews replaced tubes, the light remained. They severed conduits, still it burned. They sealed the hallway. It began leaking under the doors. Then a notice arrived. You have been marked for luminous purification. No one understood it. But a tech clerk named Jun Helgrim kept a diary. His entries are all that remain. Entry 1. There's a strange sheen on the walls. Not slime, not rust. Almost like skin. Too dry, too steady. It pulses when I stare. I didn't report it. I want to live. Entry 3. The light changes people, not quickly, gradually. Moran whispers prayers without words. He smiles. When asked who taught him, he said, "It's all written in the shine," then walked away. Entry 5. We gathered in the square, Arbites above. A sermon from a robed ecclesiarch echoed. Then came the purity lamps, tall brass constructs like sensors, humming with plasma, too bright to describe. They didn't glow, they burned. But the fire wasn't fire, it was white, so white it erased color. I looked at my hands, couldn't tell if they were clean or bleeding. We were told to kneel. Entry 7. The lamps are now in every hall, always on. I haven't slept in days. The med station won't treat anyone unless we show signs of defilement. What does that even mean? People are flaking. Skin peels like chalk dust. They say it's shedding the impure self gratefully. I saw one woman brush her skin into a shrine bowl and whisper, "This was my doubt." Entry 10. I walked past a mirror. I didn't see myself. I saw something like me, eyes wide, mouth stitched with golden thread. A candle burned inside its throat. It waved and smiled. Then they came for the children, not with malice, with efficiency, clipboards, smiles, ceremonial robes of light. They said juvenile psyches adapt faster to photonic rectitude. We were told to smile as they left. Their screams were instructional. The lamps taught them. They shone until the screams became music. Entire floors now glow. Even the dirt hums. Trash bins chant. My ration bar melted from shame. The Emperor's image no longer blinks. It stares and weeps wax, thick and white and slow. A man refused to kneel during noon prayer. He spoke. This light is not his warmth. It's sterilization. They dragged him into the lamp chamber. We watched. The light touched him. He changed. Transparent, then inside out. His voice lingered in the walls, whispering, "Not like this. He does not want this." But by then, it was too late. Doors glowed, windows pulsed, the air buzzed with sanctity, sleep became impossible. The light entered our dreams and burned even the furniture from memory. My final entry. I think I'm the last one who remembers what darkness felt like. The rest have adapted. Their eyes don't blink. They wear robes made from their own skin. They hum in silence. Thank the lamps for teaching them purity. They walk barefoot into the glow. No smoke, no sound, just compliance. I tried smashing a lamp. It bled, not oil, but milk. I can't take the light anymore. I'm hiding in the vent, wrapped in soot and prayer rags. I've bitten off my tongue so I don't scream the wrong thing. I read the notice. All citizens to be reviewed for photonic inconsistencies. Non-glowing flesh is heresy. Prepare for inspection. Nothing unclean in the Emperor's light shall remain. The rest have become pure and translucent. After Sector Tether 9 went silent, the Hive marked it as purified. No casualty reports were filed, no refugees, just a memo. Environmental recalibration successful, glow efficiency 103%, faith compliance total and eternal. Note, adjacent sectors report light-triggered memory distortion, monitor if necessary, no intervention required. There is no darkness there now, not even shadow, only light, and the light is watching. The child was 7. That was the age deemed sufficiently aware by Hive Ignix's Scholem Ascension Board. 7 to understand duty. 7 to speak the Emperor's name without error. 7 to bleed if necessary. His name was Larn, and like every other child in the lower domes of Ignix, he was trained. Wrote devotions since breath 1, whispered litanies, burned in creed. But devotion wasn't enough, not anymore. On the 16th day of Sanguinala morning, children of Hab Block Oris, 33, were gathered in the recitation hall, a stone box of rust and silence, candles fixed with boiled bone glue, Aquila looming above. The children stood in rows, faces tilted, hands behind backs. One by one, they stepped forward. Each child was handed a purity chain and told, place it, speak. If you bite, loyal, if not, corrected. Larn had practiced 1,000 times, whispered it in his sleep, punished for syllable slippage. He was ready. He thought he was. He stepped forward. The purity chain was heavier than expected, etched with script, holy, bitter to touch. He fastened it tightly around his throat. The attendant nodded once. Begin. Larn opened his mouth. I am ash in the forge of his will. Something twisted in his tongue. His mouth dried. I serve without knowing. I obey without seeing. Candlelight hummed. Something behind his ears screamed, I burn in glory. I live to die. My soul is not my own. He tasted iron, blood. Pain swelled in his jaw. He tried to stop. The chain tightened. He screamed, but the sound didn't escape. The other children stood silent. No one helped. No one moved. Pain bloomed like a flower inside him. He bit down, involuntarily. Something snapped. He collapsed. The attendants dragged him behind the curtain. 3 days later, Larn returned to his Hab unit. His mouth was sewn shut, not with thread, but with silver wire. His eyes were clear, too clear. He never spoke again, only bowed, smiled, served. The Scholem instructor noted in her journal, subject LARN-J, 1-2 passed via involuntary compliance, tongue partially severed. Ritual silence successful, assigned to candle tender duty, most pleasing outcome. But not all children were so fortunate. Another boy, Cray, refused to speak at all. He trembled when called. The chain wouldn't fit. He muttered apologies, said he didn't know the words. The attendants looked confused. They tried to force the chain on. He spat, a sin, an unforgivable one. They dragged Cray to the chapel forge. Beneath the arch brazier of obedient flame, he was told, those who will not serve must fuel the light of those who do. He screamed until the oil took him. His mother received a card the next morning. Your son has ascended. His combustion served 8 lamps. Your faith is his flame. Glory to the throne. A week passed. Larn's father stopped asking questions. His mother stopped crying. Larn never removed the silver wire. Even in sleep, he whispered through sealed lips. Or maybe it wasn't whispering, maybe it was something else. Because at night, the walls whispered back. The service oath was declared a success. Recitation scores improved. Behavior normalized. Tongue removals rose by 16%. A new line was added to the oath. Let my tongue burn, that my lies may die. And in the depths of Hive Ignix, a whisper traveled the vents. Low, hissing, repeating itself endlessly. The tongue is a snake. It must be cut. The Emperor sees no speech, only service. By the end of the cycle, a full 1/10 of all children had been corrected. And not just locally. Even in the high spires, noble scions began showing off sewn lips as signs of humility, a fashion of silence, a trend of obedience. They called it the quiet devotion, and it spread, but not all believed. One scribe, Lucien, compiled reports, gathered testimonies secretly. He saw a different pattern. Many of the corrected children began drawing symbols in their sleep. Some symbols bled light, others actual blood. One child painted a circle with her eye fluid, smiled while doing it. Lucien tried to report this. He was found tongueless the next day, not stitched, not torn, simply gone, as if it never existed. A memo followed shortly after. Service oath modifications approved Imperium-wide. Early implementation advised. Prevent vocal heresies. Those who burn shall not speak false. And so it was. 1,000,000 throats choked in glory. 1,000,000 tongues fed the fires of faith. And the Emperor, silent as ever, did not object. The chains were not symbolic. They were real. 3.6 kilograms each, forged by the administratum in Ignix, distributed to every citizen in Sector Crematoria. A collar, a cuff-link chain, standard issue, stainless adamantium, stamped with one phrase, property of the throne. No one questioned it, no one resisted, because it was an honor to carry your own constraint. Vela never knew life beyond the furnace fields, born among slag, raised inside the smoke, branded at 5, collared at 6. By 7, she was strong enough to drag corpses through soot. By 8, she was singing hymns while she did it. The chant they sang was called Service Line Axiom 7. It went like this. We thank the Emperor for our chains. We thank the flame for our ash. We thank the pain for our place. Every morning, they woke to shrill vox sirens and lash bellows, chain gangs of all ages in rows. Men, women, children, too old to lift, too young to crawl, did the same thing. All collared, all chained, each assigned a weight. Some dragged broken saint statues down slag lanes, others hauled devotional refuse, purity scrolls that failed, candle husks, bones scraped from wrong altars, and the worst weight of all, the uncremated. Hive Ignix burned the dead, always, but it did not cremate in silence. The ovens moaned, the flames whispered. Vela's task was simple. Pull the weight, pull with others, and thank him while doing it. One day a boy beside her cried, frail, small, his chain caught on the furnace door. He screamed, a lash cracked down. Do not cry when serving the throne, the overseer bellowed. But the boy wasn't crying from pain, he was screaming, because the furnace had spoken. Through the venting flame, it hissed, I see you. I know your weight. I know the truth of your prayers. That night, the boy was gone. Vela asked what happened. The overseer said, he has been chosen. You should be so fortunate. Later, she dreamed of dragging chains across stars, links scraping bone, dead planets cracking beneath them. The Emperor watched, but he did not smile. Next week, an old woman collapsed. Knees buckled mid-hymn. Her chain caught her before she fell. She dangled, is still tethered. The others kept pulling. They dragged her until her head came off. The body was cremated the next day. Vela stared at the blood left on the stone. She whispered, we thank the Emperor for our chains. And her tongue began to blister. An inspector came soon after. A priest, brass augmentix. Crozius fused to his arm. He walked the lines, sniffing, watching. He pointed to 5 workers. These do not chant with conviction. Burn them separately. Sift their ash. No one protested. Those who remained alive clapped. Vela clapped too, because she didn't know what else to do. That night, they issued her a new chain, heavier, longer, spiked. The attendant whispered, the heavier your chain, the more righteous your burden. the closer your soul drags to his light. Vela cried with joy. Then came ashfall week. A malfunction stopped exhaust from venting. Soot rained down instead. Char and bone dust covered everything. The chains grounded into their skin like penance. The scent, charred skin, metal, incense, sorrow, sank deep into their pores. Someone began screaming. The ash was speaking. They said the dead weren't resting, said the chains weren't protecting them, just tying them to rot below. The overseers answered with a sermon from high towers. Chains are not punishment, they are privilege. Only the worthy wear them. Only the loyal drag the emperor's burdens. That night, 2 workers tore off their collars and ran. They didn't get far. Flamethrower servitors followed. By dawn, all that remained was black glass on the stone. Their chains had melted into the floor like worms. The next morning, the chant gained a new verse. We thank the emperor for the fire. We thank the ash for our shape. We thank the chain for the chance to serve. We are less than the weight we bear. One evening, a child collapsed beside Vela. He didn't breathe. She kept dragging until her shoulder tore, until her knees bled, until the overseer nodded and she smiled, because maybe tomorrow she would be chosen. Maybe she would become ash. Maybe her soul would weigh less than this chain. And still, she whispered it. We thank the emperor for our chains, even when her voice was gone, even when her breath rasped, even when no one answered back. The sun never rose in Hive Ignix, but it used to set. There were shifts, rotations, illumination periods and dark cycles before the fault. Before someone in Sector 9C failed to complete lighting compliance form 227B in time, before the machine spirit that governed artificial daylight flickered once, then grew silent, and so the light stayed on, permanently. At first, the citizens celebrated. Downtime between shifts vanished, workloads doubled, then tripled. The administratum called it a blessing of productivity, an act of faith, an economic miracle. But the human body does not run on miracles, only meat and sleep. And the second one was outlawed. No decree was issued, no parchment, no Vox update, just consequences. Rinvel sat hunched at his cogitator terminal in the data accounting wing when it happened. His eyes betrayed him. He nodded just for a second, maybe 2. When he blinked awake, the cogitator was gone. So was his work slate. So was his desk. In their place stood a black-robed adept, no faceplate, just a mirrored mask. The adept held out a small sealed metal vial. Rin reached for it instinctively. The adept hissed, "The sleeping soul resists service. The dreaming mind conspires against order." 2 guards dragged Rin down a stairwell beneath the archives into the dark. Others were down there blinking, confused. One asked, "How long was I out?" The guards opened a furnace door. Rin didn't ask any more questions after that, because questions meant awareness. Awareness meant thought, and thought meant wasted productive cycles. Every HAB unit received a notice shortly after. In the Emperor's radiant light, there is no night. There is only vigilance. All windows were replaced with light panels, pulsing bright, then brighter, then painful. Time blurred. Shift alarms rang every 30 minutes. Some rang twice in the same second. Others never stopped. People began to move differently. Joints loose, eyes unfocused, twitching. Children stopped growing. Old men stopped dying. No one could measure time anymore. Dorek, a Lumen worker, kept a secret logbook to track cycles. He used maintenance alarms as his clock. He wrote, Day 1, no sleep. Day 2, body trembles. Day 3, hallucinations of a dark corridor in my chest. Day 4, I see the clock moving in my teeth. On what he assumed was day 7, he screamed and tried to gouge out the ceiling lights. Security lobotomized him in the corridor. All of it was blessed. Overseers led sermons beneath Hive Ignix's central beam, praising the eternal hour. They said the Emperor had revealed a truth. Rest was rebellion, sleep was heresy. Only the weak let their eyelids fall. New uniforms were issued, thin, wire-threaded, coated in shock filament. If your eyes closed longer than 10 seconds, it activated. Children wore them, infants wore them. You could hear it everywhere. Click whine, shock thread arcing, screams too, small ones, innocent. Then came the dreams, not the sleeping kind. Those were forbidden. These were waking, fractured. Some turned and saw their own corpses still working. Others heard lullabies in the vents. One woman recited her birth litany backwards for 3 hours and then dropped dead. When cremated, her ash glowed. No one mentioned it, because mentioning required memory, and memory required sleep. Some tried to hide, tried to block the lights, tried to close their eyes under blankets, in vents, in silence. All were caught, all processed. Their punishment, a pill, labeled Wake Eternal, for the faithful who hesitate. It didn't keep you awake. It killed the part of your brain that needed rest. After 2 doses, blinking stopped. After 4, skin peeled. After 6, your name was no longer spoken. You were filed under Compliance Asset 303 series. A man named Quell made it to 8 doses. He chewed off his lips, then 3 of his fingers. They called it devotion. They promoted his daughter. There were no clocks, no breaks, no shadows, no dusk, just buzzing fluorescence, just hums of forced energy, just the stillness of those who no longer knew whether they were alive. But the Hive didn't care. It functioned. Trains ran. Tithes were met. Quotas exceeded. They called it the triumph of Wake. And Rinvel, the clerk who once blinked, he outlasted them all because he taught himself not to blink, not to feel, not to exist, only to comply. And when his body finally collapsed, muscles seizing, heart in arrhythmia, jaw clenched from 2 years of forced compliance, they gave him a golden badge. It read, "Slept not, served much." And then they burned him. They told him it was sealed. Unit 117-9 faced the outer edge of Subhive Helix, a fortified living block 33 levels below. The window, if you could call it that, was a thick, metal-shuttered viewport with dual-layered, radiation-shielded glass. Useless now. No stars, no sky. Just the wall of the next Hive spire drowning in yellow fog, barely a kilometer away. But Eric couldn't stop looking at it. The window wasn't special. It didn't open. It didn't glow. It didn't even let light through, but it felt wrong. Wrong in a way that made his bones ache just by sitting too close. Wrong in a way that made the skin at the base of his neck itch like it knew something he didn't, something watching, something real. The first time it blinked, he thought it was the lighting strip behind him. The second time, he stopped breathing. He told the overseer. The overseer laughed. "You want to be sanctioned for joke failure during devotion week?" Eric didn't mention it again, but the blinking continued. Subtle, almost like a flicker, not mechanical, something organic. Eric began setting his alarm 3 hours early just to sit in front of the window, corpse stew in hand, just watching. He dragged his cot far away from it. Still, he felt it, watching. The air near the glass was always colder, though there were no vents nearby. The metal around the frame vibrated slightly, like hiding a pulse. Sometimes during Ration blackouts, the window glowed, a pale internal light, not from outside, from within the thick armored glass. He tried sealing it, filed a maintenance request. Tech adepts refused. The viewing port was decommissioned 3 solar cycles ago. No luminaries remain, no diagnostics permitted. But Eric knew something was behind it, and it watched only him. He placed purity seals around the frame, burned incense, recited the litany of night-bound rejection, all by the book. The book didn't help. His neighbor, Olma, noticed the exhaustion in his eyes. She asked if he'd seen the preacher. He said no, she pressed. So he showed her. They stood at midnight, silent, watching the window. Nothing happened. She sighed and turned, and that's when it blinked again. She screamed. A cold gust burst through the hab, though the vents were sealed, and then Olma was gone. Just gone. No sound, no struggle, no flash, just a whisper. A breath from the window, and she was no longer there. The administratum marked it a clerical misfile. No record of resident Olma Rex in Unit 117A-9. Sector roster remains balanced. No further investigation authorized. That night, Eric moved into the hallway, slept near the elevator shaft. The window still watched. He felt its blink behind closed eyelids. Eric went to the confessor in Hive Chapel 9. The priest was blind, didn't listen to words. He listened to what was inside them. When Eric described the blink, the priest said, "Some things blink when they're trying not to be noticed," then whispered, "Have you blinked back?" That thought haunted Eric more than anything, because he had, once, by reflex. And after that blink, the dreams began. He dreamed of a room like his, but older, a cracked viewport, a mirror reflection of his hab block, but with stars that moved backward, a place where every breath echoed, where every thought had a shadow, where his reflection didn't copy him, where the thing behind the window reached for the glass and waited. He begged the Arbites to relocate him. They scanned his records. He had never been officially assigned. His file read, "Unhoused, pending placement." He returned to Unit 117, A-9. It had been freshly painted, no sign anyone had lived there, but the window was still there, and it still blinked. He stopped working. They stopped asking. The Hive began forgetting him. Co-workers acted like he never existed. The Ration line rejected his card. Security doors locked on sight, so he stayed in the room with the window, and it watched back. Weeks passed, then months. Time dissolved. He wrote on the walls, "I exist. I remember. I am still here." One morning, all the writing was gone, painted over, except for one phrase, "We see you too." On the last night, he placed a chair 2 feet from the window. He stared, unblinking. His eyes bled, the glass fogged, and the thing on the other side smiled. They found Unit 117, A-9 empty. No tenant on record, no sign of habitation. The window had been sealed since 40 AD. No opening mechanism, no lumen array, no internal access. The current tenant, years later, said something strange when walking past the glass. Not fear, not dread, just a pressure, like someone leaning in from the other side, watching, waiting. Every morning, Severine swept the same hallway beneath the ash-choked mid-hive layers of helix. Hab level C214 was old, forgotten, one of the last corridors still in authorized daily use. Everything smelled like rusted incense and oil. The filtration engines moaned like dying old men beneath the floor grates. Her duty never changed: sweep the soot, clear the dust, polish the tile, and when finished, thank the Emperor for the opportunity to serve another day. But lately, the soot hadn't been normal. Lately, it formed shapes. It began with an outline, just a faint gesture in the dust, like someone had slowly pressed fingers across the ash while leaving no other sign. She told herself it was the light, but the next day, it was back, clearer. 2 smudges for eyes, a faint ridge for the nose, a mouth, not smiling, not frowning, just watching. She swept it away with trembling hands, murmuring the morning catechism louder than normal. Too loud, too fast, afraid the dust might hear her. On the 3rd day, the face returned, identical, same mouth, same jawline, same haunting calmness. It looked like someone had pressed their face into the ash and exhaled their last breath. But there were no footprints, no disturbances, no signs of anyone having entered the corridor, only the face. Severine requested a rite of cleansing. The local overseer refused. Hallway C214 is not under haunt auspice. You will continue to serve. Doubt is heresy. So she obeyed, because that was the only thing one could do. She kept sweeping, but every day the face returned. It grew clearer, not more detailed, just more real. She began to see it even when she closed her eyes. The slope of the cheeks, the tiny scar on the left temple, the same scar her sister had, a childhood wound Severine had forgotten until now. She stopped eating. Sleep came in gasps. Her dreams were filled with powder, with grey halls, with silence, and sometimes with weeping. One morning she stared too long. The face pressed at her memory like it knew more than she did. Then she realized it was Dora, her sister, dead for 3 years, taken during the purity selections of 784.M41. The pamphlet had said, 1 child per family, for testing, for the good of all. Dora had smiled when they took her, believing, hopeful. Severine never saw her again. Now, her face was in the ash, not imagined, not distorted, exactly as she had looked, except quieter. as if the soot remembered better than Severine ever could. Severine broke protocol. She touched the face. The ash curled around her fingertips like warm breath, but the skin beneath, it was cold. That night her door wouldn't open. The biometric lock ignored her code. Lights flickered in rhythm with her heartbeat. From the vent above her cot, ash began to pour. Not a cloud, shapes, faces. First Dora, then others. Dozens, hundreds, pressed into the soot, watching, unblinking. She screamed until her throat split. No one came. She tried to flee. The emergency shaft was sealed. She pounded the hatch. Her palms bled, and then she heard it. A breath, long, steady, behind her. The breath of someone who had waited years to be remembered. She turned. Dora stood in the hallway, not as she once was, but as ash, as memory. And she smiled. Severine didn't run. She cried. I tried, she whispered. I kept working. I didn't forget you. The ash Dora nodded and walked through Severine like smoke. When Severine awoke, her skin was grey. Her eyes didn't blink. She felt no hunger, no thirst, just duty. She swept the hallway, and every morning, when finished, the face appeared, but it wasn't Dora anymore. It was Severine's. Looking back, waiting. Down the corridor, in another block, a new worker began her shift. She paused at the end of the hall, bent low to inspect the soot, saw the face. Curious. She reached out. The ash was warm, and deep beneath the dust, something smiled. The confession booths opened with a hiss of old incense and machine oil beneath the chapel lights. Each morning, the line stretched endlessly through the spine of Hab Sector 9 without a word spoken. Families stood in silence. Some carried infants. Some wept. Most clutched scrap metal tokens to mark their place in the queue. Crev was the 63rd person in line that day. He had nothing to confess, but he'd been told that was not acceptable. The booths were narrow. You stepped in, you spoke, you left. If your confession was found lacking, a red light blinked, and the door didn't open. No one ever saw what happened after that. Crev had entered the booth twice before. The first time, he admitted to resentment toward the quota managers. The light blinked green. He left. The second time, he confessed to staring too long at a pick slate of pre-Imperial history. He barely remembered it. Still, green light. But the machine voice said, depth of confession minimal. Deeper introspection recommended. That was 3 weeks ago. Now everyone was required to confess, every day, even children, even the sick, even the dying. It had started with whispers, rumors of psychic unrest, subtle deviance, internal heresy. Street preachers began screaming about sins of unconscious rebellion. The administratum responded. A new decree was issued. The Emperor knows the hidden mind. You must offer yours willingly. So Crev stood in line each morning, and each day it grew harder, not because he had more sins, but because he couldn't remember any. His thoughts felt soft, his memories like wet parchment, his dreams like echoes with no speaker. The woman ahead of him whispered, "What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?" Behind him, a child muttered, "I'll say I stole a ration bar. Lied about chores, hated my father." A voice cut through the hall. Next penitent. Booth, 3 Crev stepped forward. Inside it was cold, no cushion, tears on the wall, dried blood where knees had knelt. A narrow slit opened. A static-filled screen appeared. No face, only a voice, mechanical, genderless. "Speak your confession." Crev opened his mouth and froze. What had he done? No theft, no blasphemy, no lies. He searched his thoughts, found panic. "I sometimes feel afraid," he said, trembling. "Insufficient. Expand. I wish the work rotations weren't so long. I dreamed once of a garden world. Delusion. Expand." He began to sweat. "I think I might have hated someone once, so I can't remember who." "Name the emotion, name the transgression, name the subject." I don't remember." The light turned red. The door didn't open. Gears shifted behind the wall, steam hissed, metal groaned. Krev slammed his fist on the hatch. "I'll confess more. I'll remember, I promise." The voice returned, but now it sounded like him. Cracked, twisted. "Tell me what you did, Krev. Tell me what you buried." And then he saw it. A flash, a memory, standing in a line. Years ago, holding his brother's hand, a purity officer pointed. "No room for two. Choose one." Krev had let go, stepped forward, didn't look back. He fell to his knees. "I chose myself," he sobbed. "I chose myself. That's what I did." The door slid open, the light blinked green, but something in him was broken. Outside, no one looked at him, but they heard him sobbing, mouthing the same phrase again, and again, and again. "I chose myself. I chose myself." The confession lines grew longer. People began inventing sins. One man said he murdered a servitor. One child claimed she cursed the emperor in dreams. None of it was true, but the booths never questioned the lies. Green lights, doors opened, only the truth was punished. Soon the walls were covered in slogans. Confession is the price of belief. You are guilty, even if you can't remember why. The emperor knows what you forgot. Some began confessing for others. My wife doubted the prayers. My neighbor drinks too much. My child weeps in his sleep. Those confessions were rewarded. By month's end, the booths never closed. The line wrapped the entire subsector. No one asked what happened to those who confessed too well. No one looked behind the booths anymore. Krev returned daily. His eyes were hollow, his voice rehearsed. Every day he said the same thing. "I chose myself. I let him go, I let him go, I let him go." The booth never turned red again, but sometimes, late at night, he would feel a hand in his, small, familiar, cold, and in the dark, a voice would whisper, "I remember." It began with a pamphlet, nothing official, no seal, no purity stamp, just cheap grey paper folded unevenly, tucked beneath a food canister in section 31A. It bore no author's name, no source. The only words on the front were, "My thoughts belong to him." Jorek almost threw it away. He was a mid-rung manufacturum line worker, lived alone, worked quietly, kept to his quota, ate ration paste, slept 5 hours a day on a plast-wrapped cot, dreamed only when exhausted enough to forget his name. He was not a man who sought rebellion, but something about the phrase scratched at the walls of his mind. He opened the pamphlet. There were no images, just text, small, crowded, and hypnotic. Thoughts arise from weakness. Weakness arises from doubt. Doubt arises from ego. Ego is rebellion. Rebellion is sin. Sin is thinking without permission. At first, Jorek dismissed it. Probably a psi-sanitized devotion tract, some cultish reprint. There were a dozen like it on every prayer wall, though this one lacked a seal or sigil. Still, he didn't throw it away. He kept it in his uniform pocket. The next day at the line, he caught himself mouthing the phrase, "My thoughts belong to him." He didn't know why. Later that week, during his break allotment, he went to the ablution corner of the Hab block washroom and saw the same phrase carved into the mirror. Thin, scratched, fresh. Someone else had read the same thing. Someone else couldn't forget it. By the end of the cycle, he noticed it everywhere, etched into desk edges, chalked onto railings, scratched into wall panels. My thoughts belong to him. And then, he noticed his own thoughts had changed. He used to think while walking, used to plan his ration queue strategy, count steps, hum old hymn fragments under his breath. Now, he repeated the phrase, unbidden. He didn't even realize he was doing it until his lips moved aloud during work. A nearby overseer glanced at him. Jorek felt panic rise, but the overseer smiled and said the same thing back. Our thoughts belong to him. That night, he dreamed of corridors, endless, grey, hollow. Voices whispered through the vents, all saying the same thing in perfect unison. He didn't feel fear, he felt obedient. In the following weeks, more changes came. Civilians in his hab block began speaking slower. They would pause mid-sentence, brow furrowed, like waiting for a word to be given to them. Some forgot simple names. Others stopped speaking entirely. A woman named Desma, who used to gossip loudly about ration changes, now simply stood in the hallway all day, smiling gently, whispering, "He is the thought. He is the thought." One man screamed during the morning procession, tore his own tongue out with a metal hook, scribbled on the floor in his blood, "I had a thought. It was mine. I'm sorry." He was taken away. No one discussed it. No one asked questions anymore. Soon, reading was banned. Privately owned data slates were confiscated. Children were told to speak only in approved catechisms. A new voice entered the morning Vox broadcasts. Random cognition is a gateway to sin. Only blessed thoughts are permitted. Thought is a weapon. We wield it for him, or we are wielded against him. Jorek no longer dreamed, not because of fear, because his mind no longer wandered. It was as though a ceiling had been installed inside his skull. When a thought rose that wasn't about work, prayer, obedience, or the phrase, it stopped halfway, vanished. Then came the wall murals, all across the subsector, portraits of the Emperor, but subtly altered. His eyes were blank, and where his lips should have been, there were vox grills. The inscription below, "He thinks so you don't have to." No one defaced them. No one dared. Even those who couldn't read understood. Jorek began to forget what he used to think about. He knew he'd had opinions, once, about the shifts, the quality of paste, the smell of the ventilation systems. But those reactions no longer came. He felt nothing when his rations were halved. Felt nothing when the man in the adjacent unit collapsed from exhaustion. He simply stepped over the body and walked on, lips moving silently. My thoughts belonged to him. It wasn't fear that kept people obedient anymore. It was absence. The thoughts weren't being monitored. They were being replaced. A friend, Giles, a former Vox technician, approached Jorek one night in hushed panic. "I can't remember my wife's voice," he whispered. "She died 3 years ago, and I used to remember it. I played old recordings, I heard her laugh. But now, when I try to think of her, it's just the phrase, 'It's all I can think.'" He began to cry. Jorek placed a hand on his shoulder, whispered the only comfort left, "Your thoughts belong to him." Giles wept harder, then nodded. By the following cycle, Giles was gone. No announcement, no remains, just an empty bunk and a folded note. It read, "I remembered something. It hurt." The next day, Jorek stood before a devotional mirror and saw his own reflection fade. His eyes were grey, his skin was slack. He opened his mouth to speak, to ask himself something, but the words that came were not his. "I am not I am his." And the mirror didn't show him anymore. It showed someone watching. They said Sector D976 was temporarily cordoned for census recalibration. Just a routine data error, just a short disruption in Vox service, just a brief lockdown for optimization, but no one ever came back out. At first, other Hive levels thought nothing of it. After all, sections vanished all the time. Quakes, riots, gas floods, entire floors blinked off the registry for weeks, even years. It was part of life. No one mourned a sealed sector. Until they heard the prayers, not Vox transmissions, not sermons through loudhailers, but whispers, late at night, faint and fevered, chanting in patterns no one recognized. Dust to mind, light to shadow, name not needed, purpose is obedience. People from neighboring sectors would press their ears to the walls, and they'd hear them, thousands of voices, all praying in perfect unison. After 6 months, Sector D976 was removed from all maps. The elevators stopped listing it, the trams skipped it. Newcomers were told it never existed, but older workers remembered. Some had family down there, some still had nightmares about the knocking. 5 years later, the Hive reassigned recon servitors to D976 just to check environmental viability. Only one returned. Its data log was corrupt, but one image survived, a mural painted across an entire wall, hundreds of meters long, in ash, blood and pigment derived from unknown organic sources. The mural showed people praying, but their faces had no mouths. The Hive sealed the records. The servitor was dismantled. Official status, level unstable, declared null. Unofficially, no one talked about it again until the lights flickered in Sector D977. Drusil was born in D976. Or, she thought she was. The memories were foggy, a blank in her early years. She recalled waking up one day, grown, clothed, and kneeling beside thousands of others. And she was praying, always praying. The overseers wore white veils. They never spoke. They pointed. You obeyed. No names were used. No sleep was allowed without permission. No thoughts were shared without confession. But there was no fear, not really, only peace and routine. Every day, they chanted the same 4 phrases. We are not ours. We thank the flame for forgetfulness. We were nothing. Now we serve. We are blessed to be forgotten. Every 7 days, one of them would vanish. No warning, no announcement. The overseers would simply arrive and point. The chosen would rise without resistance and walk toward the black lift at the corridor's end. They never returned. But no one mourned. They weren't supposed to. Then one cycle, the overseers didn't come. The days stretched. The prayers echoed without guidance. And slowly, some began to remember. It was little things, a name half formed on the tongue, a smell from a childhood kitchen, a voice that wasn't from this sector at all, and the terror returned. Drusil found a rusted mirror shard in an abandoned duct. She wasn't supposed to look, but she did, and the face that stared back was not her own. It was someone else. And worse, behind her eyes, there were others watching. That night, Drusil fled, not through a tunnel or shaft, those had long been sealed, but into a maintenance duct newly cracked open from disrepair. She crawled for hours, days maybe, until the ducts opened into something wrong. It looked like the Hive, the same metals, same lighting, same scent of oil and rot, but the proportions were off. Corridors too tall, doors shaped not for human hands, lights that flickered in no known pattern. She was in a place beneath the sector. Maybe beneath the Hive itself. She found others, a dozen of them, eyes grey and thoughts fuzzy, all like her, escaped, awake, haunted by fragments of a life they no longer knew. Together they tried to ascend. They found a shaft still working. The lift groaned, long unused. When it opened, they stood in Sector D972. The guards looked stunned. One dropped to his knees, weeping. By the throne, they're still alive. Except no one remembered them. The administratum had no records. Their biometric tags were blank. Their identities deleted. They were anomalies, unassigned flesh. They were quarantined for observation, questioned for days, until the tech priest archivist came in with a data slate, face pale beneath his augmetics. He whispered, "You were erased in 745 M41. Drusil blinked. "It's 821. He nodded. "You've been gone for 76 years. They didn't age. They didn't eat. They didn't sleep, not like humans should. Whatever had guided Sector D976 had rewritten them. They weren't corrupted. They weren't here techs, but they weren't baseline anymore. And so, after deliberation, the High Hive issued a declaration. They are a faithful anomaly, evidence of divine blessing. They are to be reintegrated as quireless penitents. Their new role, sweeping ash, cleaning ducts, repeating the prayers, but now in public. And every night before they entered their shared dorms, they knelt before the mural, a massive black wall with one sentence written in ink that shimmered like oil. We are blessed to be forgotten. And beneath the wall, in silence, they prayed and waited, because one day, they knew, the overseers would return. It began with the children. At first, no one noticed. A few scattered whispers in the lower hab blocks, dismissed as childish games or bad dreams. But those dreams were too detailed, too synchronized, and they spread each night across multiple Hive levels. Children as young as 5 would wake up in the dark, sit upright in their bunk cots and speak, word for word, a litany no one remembered teaching them. There was no record of the sermon, no sanctioned catechism matched its rhythm or vocabulary, yet the words flowed with unwavering cadence, as if recited by generations long gone. "We kneel not for comfort," they said. "We suffer not for joy. The Emperor hears not your name, but counts your breath. Let silence answer silence. All is ash, but ash is holy." At first, it was only a few, then a dozen, then hundreds. Entire schooling habs began reporting the same phenomenon. Administratum officials issued standard deviance warnings citing youthful mass hysteria. But when a proctor attempted to punish a group of children mid-recital, his nose began bleeding, his ears followed. He collapsed, convulsing, before the first stanza ended. The children didn't blink. Hive Sibelius Block 1228 issued an emergency report to the local ecclesiarchy detachment. The response: observe, do not interfere, trust in the pattern. No clarification followed. In Block 943, a mother named Sarah watched her son, Milo, rise each night at 3:33 standard like clockwork. His eyes remained closed. His breathing changed, deeper, reverent. He would turn toward the vent shaft, kneel, and speak the same 6 lines. Every night, no deviation. Sarah recorded the phenomenon and took it to the Hab overseer. She was detained for unauthorized ecclesiastic observation and placed in a listening cell. She never returned. Her son continued the sermon. Other parents began trying to break the pattern, waking their children early, sedating them, even binding their mouths. It didn't matter. One father, desperate and terrified, dosed his daughter with enough soporific to render an Ogrin unconscious. At 3:33, she began to speak through locked teeth and bubbling foam. Her body broke itself trying to obey. By morning, she was gone, not dead, just gone. Her bed was empty. The floor around it was wet with something too clear to be blood and too thick to be water. The family was relocated. By week 4, it wasn't just children. Adults, mostly those who lived near transmission towers or vent pylons, began exhibiting the same patterns. They didn't always speak the words aloud. Some whispered them while chewing food, unaware. Others hummed the sermon's cadence while staring into nothing. One man was found carving the verses into his own chest with a rusted canteen lid. Across dozens of districts, a new pattern emerged. 3:33 a.m., one recitation followed by silence. The sermon began bleeding into dreams. People saw figures cloaked in ink-black robes, walking silently through golden ash fields. Their mouths were sewn shut, but the words came anyway, dripping from the air like mist. One witness reported dreaming of a cathedral built upside down, where the pews were bones and the pulpit wept tar. A child stood at the altar, pointing upward at something unseen, chanting the lines. He awoke with ash in his mouth. An Arbeit's investigation was launched under seal, results classified, but Vox leaked fragments from an interrogator's report made their way into the Underhive rumor circuits. No physical transmission source. Patterns suggest mimetic infection, universal cadence alignment, uncanny synchronicity, infiltration vector unknown, possible warp influence not excluded. One final line chilled those who read it. They're not learning the sermon. They're remembering it. In Hive Midspire, a preacher named Ordros took to the public Vox Tower to denounce the phenomenon as heresy. He called it a false litany whispered by devils. He screamed the sermon was a trap, a mockery of true devotion. He was cut off mid-broadcast. Hours later, his voice returned on the same channel, but slowed, reversed, and layered with hundreds of voices, including children's. The original sermon played in reverse, over and over, for 7 hours straight. Ordros's body was found in the cistern tunnels, his tongue missing and both ears filled with ash. In time, the populace adapted. They had to. Schools incorporated unscheduled devotional expressions into morning rituals. Parents stopped resisting the night speech. Those who didn't comply were relocated without record. A new pamphlet appeared in public transit lines. Sleep is the soul's hour of worship. On the back, a line repeated in dozens of fonts. The emperor needs no temples, he needs mouths. There were theories, of course, wild ones, that the Hive had uncovered an ancient, psychic artifact buried deep below. that a rogue astropath had exploded in the warp mid-signal, that a demon was using mnemonic harmonics to hollow out minds. But the truth, if it ever mattered, didn't change the fact that everyone now knew the words, even those who refused to say them, even those who had no children, even those who didn't believe in anything at all. Because one night you'd lie in your cot, in the dark, alone, and you'd wake, you'd check the chrono 3:33, and you'd find yourself mouthing the words without knowing why. We kneel not for comfort, we suffer not for joy. The Emperor hears not your name, but counts your breath. Let silence answer silence. All is ash, but ash is holy. And in the silence that followed, you would feel something behind the wall, smiling, waiting for your next prayer. The food was always the same, grey, damp, heavy, not quite solid, not quite paste. It slid onto the tray with a wet slap, steaming faintly even when cold. No one asked what it was made of. Asking wasn't safe. They called it rations, they called it nutripaste, they called it blessings from the divine machine of Mars, but what it really was, no one could say, and at some point, no one could remember. Not just the ingredients, not just the origin, but the experience itself. You would sit, you would eat, you would stand up. That was all. Until one day, someone noticed. Her name was Halva, a scribe clerk in data stanchion Theta 9. She recorded resource requisition and meal allotment ledgers, day in and day out for nearly 7 years. She was efficient, quiet, loyal, but then, after returning from her meal interval one day, she paused at her desk. Her hands hovered over the cogitator keys. Her eyes blinked, once, twice, then narrowed. "What did I eat?" she asked aloud. Her co-worker beside her, a man named Pell, looked up slowly. "What do you mean?" Halva frowned. "Lunch. Just now, I went to the mess. I stood in line. I remember sitting, but..." Her words drifted off. "What did it taste like?" she asked. "What color was it?" Pell stared at her. Something in his jaw twitched. "We don't talk about that," he said. Not angrily, not cruelly, just flat. Empty. Halva didn't return the next day. Her workstation was cleaned by noon. No one asked where she went. The rumors began soon after. People across the hive reported the same thing. Meals were vanishing from memory. Not the eating, just the food itself. You could recall the act, the room, even the hunger. But the moment you tried to picture what passed your lips, your mind slid away. You'd say, it was. But there were no words. One man broke down sobbing in a public queue. He cried, "I haven't tasted in 6 years." His mouth was full of scarring, self-inflicted. His tongue was gone. They said he was granted medical relocation. Some believed it was a neuroagent in the paste, some kind of chemical muting to reduce sensory overload. Others said it was a side effect of warp radiation or a dietary sacrifice to appease some machine spirit in the food recycling vats. But deeper whispers told darker tales. A worker in Reclamator District 7A claimed he saw a servitor wheeling a crate marked with the Administratum Purity seal, and inside slabs of something pink, almost human. Almost familiar. He was found in his cell hours later, head caved in. Official cause, industrial accident. No one questioned how. Food became a superstition. People started forming rituals around it. Some turned their backs before eating. Some refused to look directly at their trays. One woman folded a prayer cloth over her eyes and claimed, "If you can't remember it, then don't see it." She stopped speaking entirely a few days later. Her jaw had fused shut. Flesh grown over teeth. A maintenance tech named Drosh tried to run an experiment. He used a sanctioned pick capture device during lunch and recorded himself eating. Later, he reviewed the footage. It showed him lifting a spoonful of grey paste to his lips again and again. But when he rewound the footage, the food wasn't there. The tray was empty. He was miming the entire act. Bite after bite, nothing. He stared at the recording in silence for 3 hours. Then he stopped showing up for shift. They say he lives in the tunnels now. They say he feeds on echoes. The most frightening part wasn't the taste, or the texture, or even the forgetting. It was the doubt. At some point, people began asking a question that turned their stomachs more than any rancid sludge ever could. Did we ever eat at all? They remembered chewing, but did they swallow? Did they feel full? Was it real? Or had they just been programmed to think so? Was the whole ritual just another loop, another cog in the machine? Walk in, sit down, go through the motions, stand up, go back to work. Who benefits from remembering something like food? In the upper hive, things were worse. Not materially. Those zones had higher calorie allocations, even texture variants, but the forgetting was sharper, more complete. A noble-born functionary named Calvian reported losing all memory of what eating was. He described looking at a spoon and not knowing what to do with it, sitting in front of a meal and feeling afraid. "I don't know how to begin," he whispered during a private consult with the Medicae. The report logged him as a stage 3 mnemonic collapse. Treatment, mind scrub. Outcome, unsuccessful. Status, patient expired due to nutrient confusion syndrome. Eventually, the sermons changed. In chapel recordings, a new phrase appeared in the standard litanies. Taste not, for sensation tempts. Recall not, for memory is pride. Nourishment is function, not grace. Priests began holding up empty bowls during Mass, blessing the absence of sustenance. "He feeds you with void," they chanted. "He fills your stomach with obedience." One day, an entire habwing stopped eating altogether. Not by protest, not by revolt. They just forgot to be hungry. And still, they worked, they marched, they obeyed. Their eyes hollowed, their bodies thinned, and their lips moved, even when no food touched them, mouthing motions, ritual rhythms, mimicking meals they no longer knew. In the end, it didn't matter what it was made of. Meat, mush, rot, dream. Because food in the Imperium wasn't meant to be tasted, it was meant to be endured, and even memory was a luxury. It began with the whispers, not in the corridors, not in the dark streets of the hive, but in the vents, the kind of sound you ignore at first, soft movements, muffled shifting, duct metal creaking in ways it shouldn't, a dry scraping, like fingertips brushing against the inside of a pipe. Then the breathing started. Nona lived in Substack 4 Beta, a maintenance-level dorm hive designed for low-tier hab cleaners and vat pump regulators. She was used to strange noises, hydraulic hammering, servo thuds, the occasional shriek of an overworked cogitator cooling vent. But this was different. This wasn't machine noise. This was personal. One night she was trying to sleep, curled under the threadbare insulation of her issued sleeping shroud, when she heard the exhale, a slow, steady breath drawn in, then released, again, and again. It wasn't hers. She pressed her palm to the vent just above her cot. It was warm, not the usual recycling heat. This was organic. She reported it. They told her to recite the litany of imaginary sounds and focus on productivity. But the whisperings spread. By the end of the week, over 47 maintenance drones across 3 subsectors had logged complaints, scratching in ducts, muttering voices behind wall grills, feeling of being watched during rest cycle. All dismissed. A junior supervisor leaked an incident docket, duct disturbances, marked as low-priority cognitive contagion. People tried to dismiss it, at first. Then the disappearances started. Not public, not loud, just subtle vanishing. A cot left unoccupied, a lunch tray left half full, a co-worker not returning from their night shift. No alarms were raised, no patrols deployed, but people started sealing their vents. They stuffed them with prayer sheets, packing cloth, even ripped out insulation foam, anything to block the sight lines, anything to stop what was watching, because they had begun to see the eyes. It wasn't hallucination. They shimmered faintly in the black of the duct mouth, not glowing, not lit, just reflecting, like mirrors glimpsing a shape not fully formed. They didn't blink, they didn't move, they just watched, and the worst part wasn't seeing them, it was knowing they were still there when you couldn't. One woman, a shrine cleaner named Volker, was found dead after trying to crawl into a vent with a shard of rebar. Her final words, scrawled in blood on her mattress, were, "They remember the sound of your breath." Supervisors issued silence mandates, no discussion of unauthorized ocular phenomena. Anyone reporting vent eyes would be logged for psychic evaluation. Sanctioned hymnals were distributed to play during rest cycles. Volume, maximum. People slept with noise blasters on full. They prayed louder. They avoided rooms with more than one vent. Still, it wasn't enough. They came for Corven next. He was a utility welder, skeptical, hard-faced, didn't believe in superstition. One night during his third cycle rest, he set up a pickcorder, pointed at the air shaft near his bed. He didn't show up for shift the next morning. They found him in the wall cavity, curled like a child, eyes missing, no blood, no wound, just gone. His picked corder played static, then flickered. One frame, 1 second, a face, featureless, skin grey and slick with condensation. Dozens of eyes, stacked like insectoid jewels, staring forward. Then it was gone. They deleted the footage. They said it was corrupted. Rumors said the vents weren't made for air anymore, that something had colonized the space between the ducts and the walls, that it had grown fat on forgotten prayers and orphaned thoughts, that it didn't speak, but listened. Always. A child named Brett claimed he heard it whispering names, real names, names of people who had vanished. When asked what it wanted, he said, "It wants to see you forget yourself." Brett stopped speaking after that. He was reassigned to silence labor in the deep sumps. No one ever saw him again. Soon, every shift worker had a ritual. Cover every vent. Never eat near one. Never sleep with your mouth open. Never breathe too loud. Some cut small strips from their robes and tied them over their eyes before entering rest. They called it the watching cloth. As if blindness could block the gaze. As if they still believed that sight worked the same way for the thing in the walls. One night, all the vents opened at once. Every grate popped free. Every fan blade stilled. No wind, no noise, just open mouths, dark and still. It lasted 13 seconds, and then, just as quietly, they all resealed. Nothing was taken, no one died that night, but the silence after, it made people scream. By the next week, everyone in Substack 4 Beta was reassigned, relocated one by one to other stacks. The ducts were sealed, the report was purged, but somewhere, deep in the hive, those vents still breathe, still whisper, still watch. And every so often, when a dorm is quiet, when the fans stop spinning, and the ducts grow warm, someone will pause mid-sentence, mid-prayer, mid-bite, and whisper, "Don't look into the vent, it already knows you did." The first one to notice was a door mechanic named Halvid. He'd been working the same circuit of subsector Oris 9 for 17 years, fixed everything from coglocks to fire seals, knew every lever, gear, and rust point in his sector. One morning, after a short circuit burned out an entire corridor's lock system, Halvid brought his standard kit, groaned at the heat, and began diagnostics. Then he stopped. The door wasn't wrong. It was reversed, not broken, redesigned. Every sliding hatch, every mag lock, every emergency bulkhead he checked across 3 blocks was modified to open inward. Not one opened out, not one, which meant only one thing. If there was a fire, a gas leak, a hull breach, or a riot, no one would get out. He reported it, of course, but the tech adept just laughed, told him the adjustment came from central design logic alignment. Some new cog priest up the chain had decreed it more efficient to standardize all doors to open into enclosed spaces. Something about pressure seals and tidier collapse parameters. Halvid had seen a lot of things in his time, but doors that trapped the people inside, that was something else. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Residents of level Gamma 3 began filing reports, informal complaints really, about feeling unsafe, cramped, paranoid. Mothers reported their children checking the doors twice before sleeping, asking, "What if the fire comes? Will it open for us?" No answer came, only a fresh deployment of decals on every bulkhead. Obedience is order. The design is divine. Trust the angle of entry. Then came the incident on Hab Corridor 27F. A heating conduit ruptured during rest cycle. Flames surged down the hallway like a cleansing storm. 16 residents tried to flee into the hall, but the doors wouldn't open outward. They burned, huddled against a locked panel that had once been their exit. The fire was declared a contained renewal event. No blame was assigned, the replacement doors still inward. The whispers began soon after. Some said the redesign wasn't about efficiency. It was a test, a silent examination of loyalty, a question the Imperium always asks its citizens. Will you die in place so others don't have to see you burn? Halvard started marking the doors. He kept it hidden, just a small scrape on the lower corner, a mark only he would recognize, proof he wasn't losing his mind. At first it was a way to track which units had been changed. Then he started seeing marks he hadn't made. Little gouges, tiny rune shapes, some in high Gothic, some in something older. One scratched message read, "No door opens to mercy." When he asked the cog priest about it, the robed figure did not answer, only held up a hand and showed Halvard his palm. Branded into it was the sigil of an open door, with a single eye staring from its frame. No words, no expression, just that image, burned into flesh. After that, Halvard stopped reporting. He stopped asking. He began checking the doors, in secret. Each time he did, he swore the hinges creaked differently, as if resisting, as if remembering, as if they had learned. He once spent 13 minutes trying to force open a door that should have yielded in 2. When it finally gave way, he could swear it sighed, a long, low exhale, like disappointment. Then people started disappearing, not violently, quietly. They'd enter a room and never return. No screams, no blood, just doors that stayed closed longer than they should have. A mother searching for her son opened his dorm, only to find a blank wall behind the hatch. No furnishings, no trace of habitation, just metal, freshly welded. In another case, a full worker team reported that the inside of a door had changed. Its panel now bore a small plaque, "Sealed for his glory. Do not seek exit." They thought it a joke, until they tried to leave, and the door would not open at all. 2 were lost before maintenance teams arrived. The plaque was gone, but the scorch marks on the inside of the hatch remained. And still, the renovations continued. Entire levels were refitted, all inward opening, no alternatives, no exceptions. Even public spaces like shrines, food halls, and transit bays. If there was panic, collapse, a crush, then death would come like a tide against sealed walls, and the Imperium would call it efficiency. Halvard tried one last time. He sealed himself in a disused maintenance corridor, welded the vent, blocked the Vox feed, and left a message etched into the wall with a plasma cutter. They're not doors anymore, they're mouths, and we're what they chew. 2 days later, the corridor was marked for atmospheric reclamation. His name was removed from the worker logs. No death notice issued, no funeral rite observed. His cot was reassigned by the hour. And the doors, they still open inward, always inward, like the Imperium itself, inviting you in, welcoming you home, but never, ever letting you leave. It began as a hiss, a subtle distortion across the Hive's Vox channels, barely noticed at first, dismissed as static, line decay, or atmospheric interference from the Hive's upper storms. But the hiss didn't go away, and over time it began to change. It deepened, thickened, gurgled. It began to sound wet. On level 6-Delta of Hive Borumbrax, Vox scribe Jaren Val worked the mid-shift in relay chamber 7-B. His job was unremarkable: monitor inbound communications, log outbound prayers, and flag any heretical tone variants across devotional broadcasts. His only companion was the Vox Tower, a hulking obelisk of black steel and sacred copper that rose up from the floor like a frozen scream. It hummed constantly, it blinked its red lights, it obeyed its machine spirits, until it didn't. The first drop fell at 0306 Hive Standard. Jaren thought it was condensation. Then another drop came, and another. He looked up. There, seeping from the outer grills of the Vox emitter unit, was a slow crimson drip. Not oil, blood. It oozed down the mesh plating like syrup, thick and sluggish. It didn't splatter, it didn't evaporate, it pooled, and the Vox began to hum louder, not in static, in voice. He called the Mechanicus. A junior tech acolyte arrived 3 hours later. She examined the fluid, ran a purity check. The device returned no results. She tasted it. Not entirely human, she said, and left without logging the visit. The blood continued. It wasn't constant. Some days only a few drops. Other times it poured, steady as a leak from a wounded artery. It began staining the floor. The smell changed. Metallic, yes, but also warm. Then Jaren made the mistake of listening too long. One night, he sat too close to the central Vox pipe. He leaned in, not out of curiosity but obligation. A prayer channel had gone silent mid-sermon and he had to verify its integrity. He placed the receiver against his ear and heard something breathing, deep, slow, close. Then it whispered, a voice with no language, just sound and pain. It reached inside him, not his ear, not his mind, but some unguarded place behind both, and it began to squeeze. He fell back, convulsing. His nose bled, his eyes throbbed. The Vox tower just stood there, humming. But he knew it had spoken, not to his ears, to his soul. The following day, every devotional broadcast across the sector was delayed by 42 seconds. When asked why, the central relay cited blood congestion. No one questioned the term. No one wanted to. People began dying. It wasn't visible, not at first, but Vox workers, scribe attendants, and those who manned the listening posts all started to exhibit symptoms. First nosebleeds, then migraines, then choking, then vomiting dark clots. Wet, stringy hunks of something that looked like organ tissue. One man tried to burn his ears off. He said the Vox was still speaking, even in silence. He begged to be deaf. When they cut his eardrums, he smiled, and then died 30 minutes later, his lips still moving, silently mouthing the unseen sermon. Jaren wrote a report, a full one. He cited evidence. He listed the deaths, the fluid, the bleeding Vox tower. He submitted it to the overseer. The next morning he found the report returned to his desk, unopened, a new message printed on top in bold gold ink. The Vox is holy, your doubt is not. Then the dreams came. Every night Jaren heard it. A chant with no choir, a scream without lungs. He dreamed of wires sliding into his mouth, of towers made of bone, of teeth growing from Vox horns. He stopped sleeping, he stopped eating, he just listened. One night he entered the Vox chamber and removed the front panel. Inside, he found something soft, pulsing, wet. It blinked, then it spoke, not aloud, not in sound, but in pulse. A rhythm, a signal, a message. It told him his body was a relay, his blood a conduit, his heart a weak transmitter. He should give it all, so it could broadcast forever. When the morning shift arrived, they found the Vox tower humming happily, clean, no blood, no corpse, just a new message playing across all devotional channels. This signal is blessed in suffering. The faithful will choke before denying it. They say the blood never really went away. They say sometimes if the humidity is right and the prayers run late, the Vox cries again, a single droplet, thick, red, knowing. And if you listen too long, it finds a way in, not through your ears, through your faith. It sat wedged between two collapsed Hab blocks in Hive Sphere and Minor, a chapel no larger than a Hab dweller's quarters. Its spire was broken and its doors hung rusted and split. There were no records of its construction. No one remembered who built it. But it never closed, and it never went quiet. The chapel never stopped praying. Magda was a maintenance scavenger. She'd made her living cleaning ducts and reclaiming scrap from the hive's lowest levels, where oxygen was thin and the ceilings wept rust. She wasn't devout, not outwardly, but she knew the prayers, knew the Emperor's creed, knew how to bow, how to murmur thanks, how to keep her head low when the Arbites passed. The first time she heard the voice, she was walking back through the Shattercore corridor, hands red with oxidized oil, when she passed the chapel and paused. She hadn't noticed it before, not once, but now. She heard the sound, chanting, low and rhythmic like deep voices breathing in unison. She peered inside and saw people, rows of them, kneeling, unmoving, their heads bowed, their mouths moving, but their eyes, wide open, blank. She stepped back. Something in her bones told her this wasn't a normal place of worship. She marked it on her slate, told herself to avoid it. But the next night she dreamed of it. In her dream, the chapel was huge. Endless rows of kneeling figures, their mouths stitched open and yet still reciting liturgies she had never heard before. The floor beat like a heart. The air smelled like blood and roses. And behind the pulpit stood a shape with too many hands, all of them clasped in prayer. She woke gasping, her ears ringing, the prayer still echoing in her skull. On the third day, she returned. She told herself it was curiosity, or fear, or duty, but she knew the truth. She couldn't stop hearing it, even underground, even deep in the ducts with the hiss of pressurized steam and the clang of hammers. The chanting whispered in her ear, "Hail the silence that speaks, praise the breathless name, bow until the pain is gone." It would not leave her, so she opened the chapel doors again and stepped inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, her thoughts blurred. Her slate fell from her fingers. She didn't hear it hit the ground. The prayers grew louder. The kneeling congregation hadn't moved, not a twitch, yet their mouths moved faster now. Frenzied, Magda felt her knees shake. Her mouth opened on its own. She didn't mean to speak, but she did. She began to pray. Words she didn't know, names she'd never learned. The more she prayed, the more the pain in her body eased. Her aching back, her gashed knuckles, her failing lungs, all soothed. She dropped to her knees and joined them. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time no longer flowed right inside the chapel. Her stomach never growled, her eyes never blinked. The walls pulsed faintly now, like lungs. The chapel was alive, or something inside it was. One of the others, an old man with mechanical eyes, collapsed forward. Magda looked at him. He wasn't breathing, but his lips still moved, still praying. Even dead, his mouth never stopped. Then came the voice. Not the congregation, not her own voice, but the chapel itself. From the altar, it rose like steam. It was not loud, it was not soft, it was final. You will not leave. You have entered the place of perfect worship, and there is no end to devotion. She tried to run. Her muscles obeyed, but her thoughts didn't. One half of her screamed to move. The other half knelt again. The air got thick. Her mouth filled with words she didn't understand. She spat them out like vomit. She prayed, she screamed, but the prayer continued. The other worshippers began to rot, bodies decaying in place, but still upright, still praying. And she realized the chapel never let anyone leave, and no one ever died inside, not fully. When Arbites eventually found the chapel, months later, they were investigating noise complaints. The surrounding blocks had been reporting strange audio bursts through the walls, sounds of chanting when no speakers were active. The Arbites broke open the chapel door. Inside, they found a room full of corpses, dozens, maybe more, mummified, kneeling, mouths agape, still whispering. No Vox unit was found, no sound system, and yet the room vibrated with liturgy. The Arbites left quickly and welded the doors shut. But 2 weeks later, the prayers began again, not inside, outside, radiating through the hive walls, echoing through the pipes. People began hearing the chants in their homes, their sleep, their thoughts. They say the chapel is still there, the doors now sealed behind adamantine, but if you place your ear to the hive walls and listen closely, you'll hear it. The prayer, endless, breathless, loveless, calling, waiting, worshipping, without end. The message came through the Vox at 3 a.m. shift standard. Not a siren, not a warning, just a voice, calm, clipped, and utterly devout. Fasting pleases the Emperor, hunger is purity. Let no morsel pass your lips until further decree. At first, most thought it was a broadcast error. A misrouted sermon, something from a shrine world piped accidentally into Hive Rhetorist Delta. But when the message played again at 4 a.m., then again at 5 a.m., each time with greater clarity, we began to listen. There was no panic. Panic would have been honest. Instead, entire sectors simply complied. At the morning meal line, the servitors wheeled out empty trays. No explanation, no substitution, only the vox overhead repeating, "Fasting pleases the Emperor." We stood in line anyway, for hours, some out of disbelief, others out of habit, a few out of fear. A dozen or so tried to speak to the overseers. Those ones vanished before the shift bell rang. By the second day, the whimpering began, small sounds here and there behind walls and beneath vents. Children with sunken cheeks crying without tears. Fathers gritting teeth to keep their hands from shaking. Mothers rocking back and forth, reciting litanies with cracked lips. Still, no food came. By the third day, the prayers began to change. Less about sustenance, more about worthiness, more about blame. We were too indulgent. The Emperor tests us. This is our purification. The weak shall fall away like rot from sacred flesh. Hunger made poets of us all. Desperate, trembling, half-insane poets. A man named Orel tried to smuggle a ration bar from the upper levels. We didn't know how he got it. Didn't matter. The moment he unwrapped it, something screamed in the walls. Not someone. Something. A black-robed figure stepped from an access panel, skin blistered and tight like boiled leather, its eyes replaced by purity seals stitched directly into the sockets. It didn't speak, it didn't accuse, it simply touched Orel's forehead, and he began to dissolve. Not melt, not burn, dissolve, like ash in holy water. By the fourth day, the worst part wasn't the pain, it was the smell. We stank of emptiness, of acidic sweat and breath like rusted copper. Our skin yellowed, our eyes dimmed, but none of us dared break the fast. The Vox began delivering more than just orders. Now it gave praise. Those who endure shall feast in the throne's light. Your suffering is a hymn. The Emperor counts your starvation among his miracles. Some began to smile. By the fifth day, a girl named Tarsa collapsed during the shift drills. Her ribs poked through her dress like broken girders. She was barely 13. Her brother, Mael, tried to carry her to the medici, but found it locked. Instead, he carried her to the chapel. The doors opened, just for them. Inside, the lights flickered purple and gold. Not lumen standard, warp hue. The priest inside had no jaw, only a rusted censer where his mouth should be. He swung it silently, and the smoke that poured out smelled like roasted meat. Tarsa opened her eyes and smiled. The next day, everyone was in line for the chapel, even those who could barely stand. We were starving, but somehow, faith had replaced food. The priest never spoke, never touched anyone, but each person who entered left whispering a new mantra. I do not eat, for I am already filled. My stomach is hollow and holy. Emptiness is closeness to the Emperor. Some began carving these mantras into their skin. I still remember when the first of them ascended. They called it that, ascension. But it wasn't light or glory. It was sudden, convulsing combustion. One of the faithful, kneeling in the prayer pit, burst into flame without heat, no smoke, just fire that danced upward straight into the air vents. He didn't scream, he laughed. We all clapped. The emissaries came next. They looked human once, but their faces had no mouths, just thin sheets of translucent flesh stretched where lips should have been. They moved silently, floated almost. Their bellies were sunken so deep they looked caved in, but their hands glowed, and when they touched you, you no longer needed food. You felt full, not physically, spiritually. One touched me. I didn't sleep for 3 days afterward, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't want to miss the next moment of communion. Every breath felt holy, every second without nourishment became a chant, an offering. I no longer dreamed of meals, I dreamed of burning. By the 8th day, only those who doubted still hungered, and those who doubted started vanishing, one by one, quietly. No sounds, no screams, just empty beds and the smell of spoiled incense. Eventually, we stopped noticing. On the 10th day, the Vox played something new, not a voice, a sound, a chewing sound, wet, slow, indulgent, and beneath it, faint whimpering. No one asked where it was coming from. By the 12th day, The fast was no longer commanded, it was worship. Anyone seen chewing was dragged into the chapel. They didn't return. We didn't ask why, because in our deepest minds we knew hunger was holiness. Now, on the 15th day, I'm proud to say I haven't eaten since the decree. My stomach has collapsed, my teeth are loose, but I am closer to the Emperor than I've ever been. There is nothing unclean in his light. There is only the purity of the starving. There is only us, the blessed, and we are so very empty. They called it Saint Alicia of the Unburned Breath, a mural stained into plasteel by soot and age. She was always there on the wall of Hab Block 9, Y Beta. No one remembered who painted it, no one remembered when, but it was always there, watching. Her eyes followed the corridor bend like twin beacons of waxy amber. Her face, serene and expressionless, sat beneath a corona of gold that had long since turned the color of spoiled oil. Every shift cycle, workers passed her, bent backs, hollow cheeks, burned lungs. No one bowed, not at first, but over time things changed. It began with Leris Darn. Leris was a janitor, grey-sleeved, hunched, mostly silent. He muttered to himself sometimes, "Ashes, ashes, ashes," but no more than the rest of us. One shift, Leris stopped in front of the mural, just stood there mumbling to the saint. We thought he was broken, another cog stripped of its teeth. No one spoke to him that cycle. But the next day he was different. His eyes were clear, his gait upright, and his voice rang with some strange confidence we'd never known in the lower hives. He told us the saint had spoken. "She watches for us," he whispered. "She sees what the overseers do not. She sees what they forget." We laughed, until he predicted the pipe collapse in ductway 3A right to the minute. 3 tech rights died that day. The day after, he said there'd be a food cart audit by the enforcers. He was right again. By the end of the week, Leris had a following. They weren't called worshippers, not officially, but they knelt, they whispered prayers, they left offerings, rusted tools, bits of tallow, scraps of food. At the feet of the mural, a shrine took shape. None of us reported it, because the dreams had started, not just for the followers, for all of us. Dreams of the saint's eyes opening, of her stepping out of the mural, of her breath, warm, sour, but oddly gentle, brushing across our faces in the dark. When we woke, we remembered things we shouldn't have, memories not ours, images of forgotten saints, faces from centuries ago. We remembered pain that had not yet come, and always, the saint was watching. Then one morning, Leris was gone, vanished. No record, no body, only a single smear of soot on the mural. His shape burned into the wall like a shadow, mouth open mid-scream. Some of us stopped kneeling after that, but most didn't. We were too far gone, too used to her gaze, and her gaze had changed. The eyes, they moved now. Not just the illusion of movement, but actual motion. I saw it, so did the others. We kept quiet, but our silence grew heavier with every passing cycle. Then came the incident. An officio auditor, Lucian Braxus, came down from the mid-hive, said he was reviewing religious compliance violations. Someone must have reported the shrine, probably someone from Hab 9X, jealous over food rations. Braxus was clean-shaven, bright-eyed, the kind of man who hadn't breathed industrial ash since childhood. He took one look at the shrine and scoffed. Idolatry, unauthorized, uncatalogued. Unauthorized saintly imagery is subject to incineration protocol 12, he said, voice like a cogitator. We watched as he set a flame to the offerings. The flame died instantly, no smoke, no heat, just snuff. He frowned, tried again. The torch wouldn't light. Then he looked up. The saint was staring only at him. I swear to the Emperor, her eyes moved again. They tracked him like targeting runes. He stumbled, his torch dropped. He began to sweat, then he screamed. Not words, not names, just a long, awful, choking scream, like he was inhaling fire he couldn't exhale. He clawed at his own mouth, collapsed and burned, not from the outside, from within. A column of smoke rose from his chest, coiling like incense, and disappeared into the saint's gaze. When it was over, his body was whole, but hollow. We didn't move him, not for days. He just sat there, kneeling in front of her, mouth open, eyes rolled back, as if still offering up his last prayer. Then the mural changed. The saint was smiling, not a warm smile, not maternal. No, her smile was knowing, like she had been patient, like she had waited. And now she was ready. She watches us still. Every shift cycle, every ration line, every prayer spoken or unspoken. And now her lips are slightly parted. Some say if you listen close, you can hear her humming. Not a hymn, not something sacred, just humming. Like a mother watching over a crib. But there are no cribs in Hive Ignix, only walls and watchers and saints who never blink. They told me I don't exist. I didn't believe it at first. How could I? I had a hab code, a rations chit, a birth slate, even if it was half burned. I worked the furnace drag since I was 12. I lost a thumb in the acid chute. I earned my scars, my calluses, my right to breathe this ash-thick air. But the census machine didn't care. It began after the last sector sweep. We all had to report to Reauthn Terminal 9 for identity confirmation. I waited 5 hours. Standard. No one speaks in the line. We just shift our weight and keep our eyes down. When my turn came, the servitor leaned forward and said flatly, state name, designation, purpose. Dern Halvex, Furnace Drag Shift, Sector Theta 9B. Citizen code T9B611HALVX. The servitor word clicked, then stopped. No record found. Repeat, no record found. Census error, you do not exist. I blinked, thought it was a cog slip. I repeated it. Slower this time, same reply. Census error, you do not exist. That phrase, over and over, each time colder, more final. The people behind me started shifting. No one dared speak. But I could feel their breath catching, like they feared it was contagious. The servitor turned away. The gate didn't open. I was told to stand aside. They took my ration slate, then my hab pass. They said they'd resolve the error. That was 3 cycles ago. Now, my hab door won't open. The locking rune flashes non-recognition. The bed I once slept in, assigned to someone else. I watched him through the grating. He sleeps in my cot, eats my food, uses my water tap. I screamed at him through the vent. He just looked through me, because to the hive I am nothing. I went back to the census office, tried to speak to a real functionary, a woman in grey robes. Her eyes were too polished, like someone had buffed the empathy from her skull. I told her my name, my shift, my designation. She blinked once and said, "Please refrain from impersonating active citizens. It is a punishable offence." She handed me a form, voluntary remand application, a way to turn myself in to nowhere. I didn't sign it. Instead, I tried to find my mother's block. She still lives. I know she does. But when I got there, the door runes wouldn't read me. I tried shouting her name through the cracks. No answer. An enforcer passed by. I begged him, "Please check your slate, please. I'm in there." I gave him my code, my shift badge, my thumbprint. He laughed. "I can't arrest someone who doesn't exist," he said. "Go be dead somewhere else." I slept that night in the maintenance crawl between the heating ducts. It was hot enough to blister skin, but at least I could think there, or so I thought. That's when the dreams started. Not dreams, errors, census glitches in my mind. I saw my life, but without me in it. My father holding nothing in his arms. My birth certificate smouldering away before the ink dried. My co-workers hauling slag, but there was one fewer in the line. Me, in third person, watching as everything about me was erased, frame by frame, person by person. I woke to find someone staring through the duct grate. A boy, skin pale, too perfect, eyes black like data ports. His face never moved. He just whispered, "Do you want to matter again?" I said yes, and he was gone. But when I crawled out, I found a new chit lying beside me, not mine. A different name, different code, different face, burned into a new ident slate. I took it, used it. The terminals accepted it. I was someone else. I was Fel Rusk. Same job, same tools, but now I had permissions again, rations, entry, recognition. But every time someone said my new name, it stung, like something inside me recoiled, because I remembered who I was, and I knew he was still there, watching, the black-eyed boy, in the reflection of every terminal screen, in the shine of every polished panel, in the pupils of the people who now smiled at me like I belonged. And last night, I saw Leristan. You remember him? The janitor who prayed to the wall saint. He shouldn't be alive. He was burned. He vanished. But he stood at the corridor bend, robes soaked in soot, whispering to the mural. He looked back at me and mouthed the same phrase as the census servitor. You do not exist. Now I don't know if I ever did. The error isn't in the system, the error is me. And I think the Hive is fixing it, one deletion at a time. They called it ecclesiopathic mortification, but we just knew them as the Red Brethren. They didn't wear armor, no helms, no weapons, just red robes, always red, and long black cords wound tight around their arms, their throats, their waists. Some of them had spikes woven into the fabric. Others had flayed their skin away beneath the cloth so that it bled as they walked. They marched through our district every 8th cycle, chanting that same line, "Pain is the cry of loyalty. Let him hear you." At first I thought they were sanctioned. Imperial cults are everywhere, flagellants, weepers, scream priests. But these ones, they didn't come from the ecclesiarchy. They came from below, from sump vaults no one was supposed to go into, from tunnels that didn't appear on the maps, but the administratum let them through. The Arbites didn't stop them, and the preacher in our sector, Father Halran, he kissed one of their blood-slick feet when they first arrived. That's when people started joining them. First the weak, the ones broken by quota punishments, the ones who'd lost family in the gas dome sterilizations, the ones who had nothing left except pain. The Red Brethren welcomed them, taught them to scream their sorrows as offerings. I saw a woman, Mural Vec, she sold grease biscuits near the smog gate, stand on the ash stairs stripping flesh from her palms with a Vox hymn razor, shouting to the sky, "This is my prayer, my prayer, my prayer." The crowd applauded. The next day she was given a work exemption and priority rations. After that, the queue started forming. I didn't believe it at first. I thought it was hysteria, delirium, hive madness creeping in from stress fractures. But then Tarnis joined. My brother, quiet, gentle, never cursed once in his life. I found him one morning standing before the shrine gate, cords wound so tight across his chest that his skin looked like meat pushed through a grate. He turned to me, smiling, even though his mouth was half missing. He said, "The Emperor hears me now. He didn't before, but now he listens to every nerve." He begged me to come with him. I ran. But it didn't stop there. The Red Brethren became official. They were appointed as spiritual enforcers, given badges, authority, Vox access. Now they patrol the blocks. If they catch you crying, they smile and tell you, "Good, keep offering." If they catch you smiling, they say, "That joy could be pain. Let's help you offer it properly." They don't kill, not outright. They transform. The pain doesn't end in death, it ends in priesthood. That's what they call it when someone screams long enough to forget their name and then joins the red-robed march. A new priest is born. We stopped calling the enforcers for help. They were the ones bringing them in. Anyone who resisted was called joy-sick, a blasphemer of anguish. Some were nailed to the walls, not crucified, just nailed. Arms pinned, legs splintered, mouths filled with ash so they could only weep. And the Red Brethren would kneel before them, whispering, "We suffer for him. We are closer to him. The scream is the only sound he hears." I tried hiding, tried covering my emotions, dulling my thoughts. You learn to mask everything in the Imperium. But one day, I stumbled, fell on a staircase in the waste corridor, bashed my knee open. I cried out, just a grunt, a hiss of pain. It echoed, and the sound brought them. A Brethren priest rounded the corner. His eyes were seared shut. His face had no lips, just a grin carved deep into exposed muscle. He leaned close. "Was that an offering, child?" he whispered. I lied. I said I felt nothing. He touched my wound, pressed a spiked finger into it. I screamed. He smiled wider. "You're on the path," he said. That night I woke with cords around my ankles, a red robe laid at my door, a blessing slate pinned to my wall. "You have been chosen." Pain is his pleasure. I don't sleep now, because I know what comes next. Tarnis came to me again. What's left of him? His face is nearly gone. His voice is like broken Vox static. He said, "It's not just worship, it's communion. When the pain's deep enough, you feel his breath. He's smiling in the warp. Through you." I begged him to remember who he was. He shook his head, cords tightening, blood flowing from his temples. I am devotion now, and you will be too, soon. I write this from the crawl vent above the waste tank. They'll find me. They always do, because here in Hive Ignix, pleasure is heresy, but pain is holy, and it is everywhere. They dragged him to the center of the plaza. A preacher, young by Hive standards, 40 years, maybe 50. His face shone with sweat and dread, though he wore the golden skull of the ecclesiarchy with devotion. His robe was spotless, his hands were folded in prayer, his lips moved in constant murmurs. And yet the crowd already knew what they were meant to see. Heresy, not with teeth or claws or fire, but with silence. He had said it out loud, said the thing you were never meant to feel, much less voice. The Emperor does not speak to Hive Sindar anymore. No one remembered who reported him. That didn't matter. No one ever reported heresy alone. It was a communal thing, like sickness. You coughed in front of your neighbor. They coughed before the Arbites, and then the cure came. He knelt as they brought out the flaying knives, and he wept, not for himself, but for them. I just wanted you to hear it, he said. I wanted someone else to feel what I... The first slice silenced him. Skin peeled like parchment, blood splashed like incense. The crowd did not look away. Looking away was suspicion. Crying was guilt. Flinching was a prayer unanswered. They all watched, even the children, especially the children. His name was Ray, a low-tier preacher assigned to the 37th Dome Chapel, Sector Delta 5. Records noted his attendance was flawless. His sermons were short, faithful, even uplifting, rare in a hive this deep. But then one week, something shifted. He started pausing mid-liturgy, staring at the shrine too long, blinking more. He spoke slower, and eventually, not at all. By the time the canoness of his word conducted her inspection, he had already given up the usual texts. He stood before the lectern, eyes red, throat raw, and read from nothing. "The Emperor hears us," he whispered. Then again, louder, "The Emperor hears us." Then he stopped, stared out over the pews, and said, "No, he doesn't." What followed was both swift and public. The second preacher they sent was older, stern, bitter, filled with holy rage. He stood in the same chapel 3 days after the flaying. The shrine had been scrubbed clean. The floor still smelled faintly of blood, but he raised his arms anyway. "I have heard the doubts," he cried. "I have heard your fears." And then he raised his voice higher. "I have heard the Emperor." The crowd didn't cheer. Some of them had attended the last sermon, some had watched the first man die, some had not slept since, and some, just a few, had heard nothing but silence in their own prayers since childhood. And when the preacher began again, they flinched. "He speaks through my mouth," he thundered. "Silence. I am his echo in the dark." Stillness. He stopped. Eyes wide, his mouth froze, and blood trickled from his ears. He dropped mid-liturgy. Autopsy inconclusive. Official report. Cardiac failure due to strain of holy fervor. What no one added, the last sound he made was not a word, but a gurgling whisper. Not even the scribes could transcribe it. Some said it sounded like a laugh. After that, no more sermons were held in the 37th Dome Chapel. A quarantine sigil was placed on the doors. Spiritual hazard. Citizens were instructed to redirect worship to other chapels. That was hard. There weren't many, but people stopped asking questions because the questions never got answers, and soon more whispers began. Not from the preachers, from the people, little things. "My son hasn't spoken since he saw the flaying. My husband prays and only mutters static now. My mother kissed the shrine and her lips bled words she didn't know." No one said the thing outright, but they all knew. The throne was silent. It wasn't just Hive Sindar. Across Segmentum Solar, rumors spread like oil on fire. Entire chapels closing overnight. Vox prayers with no response. Confessors cutting out their own tongues. In one hive, the confessionals began to echo back what was said, word for word, but in someone else's voice. In another, icons began to melt, not from heat, but from the weeping of metal itself. And in Hive Sindar, no one dared light the shrine anymore, because every time they did, it flickered and died. Even the candles feared to burn. What happens when the faithful stop feeling heard? When the one thing that gave the horror meaning, submission, obedience, prayer, is revealed as a dead channel? Some break, quietly, some scream, loudly, Most just go on, emptier. They still kneel, still chant, still mouth the words that no longer feel like theirs. Not because they believe, but because not doing so is more dangerous. Because it's better to pretend to be part of something that isn't there than to be seen noticing that it's gone. No statues were removed. No official decrees were issued. No doctrine changed. The ecclesiarchy simply went on, louder than ever. They filled the void with more noise, more bells, more incense, more commands. But even the children began asking in hushed tones, if he hears us, why won't he answer? And the adults had no reply. Because deep down, under the floorboards of faith and fear, they all knew. The throne does not speak to you, not anymore, not ever. They said the sump tunnels were sealed during the last Hive quake. They said the filters had collapsed, that the lower vents were long drowned in chemical sludge and forgotten toxins. They said no one lived beneath Sector Bellies 22 anymore. They were wrong. It began with a smell, not the usual reek of decay and sweat and recycled oils that clung to every inch of the hive, but something worse, something wrong. It came up through the cracks in the hab stacks, through the wall grates and the floor vents. A cold, wet rot, like meat left to sour in a glass jar, but thicker, denser, the kind of stink that curled behind the eyes and sat in your throat long after you stopped noticing it. They told us to ignore it. Atmospheric malfunction, said the Vox repeaters. Continue your labor devotion, praise the throne. But some of us stopped sleeping, not from the smell, but from the sounds. There was something moving in the sump tunnels. It didn't sound like machinery, not like the old pump surge cycles or the groaning pipes of the sludge collectors. No, this was closer, software shifting, breathing. By the third week, 2 sanitation workers went missing. They were sent to check pressure levels near the base filtration shafts. Neither came back. Their Auspex signals blinked out just above sump threshold. A detachment of Hive enforcers followed. 4 men, fully sealed, las carbines charged. Only one returned. He was found wandering the corridors of Block G17, babbling in binaric code, despite having no augmetics. His eyes were gone, torn out clean. His hands were soaked in what looked like algae black blood. They took him to Medici isolation. No one heard what he said, but the smell grew worse. The walls began sweating. A film formed on the steel, slimy and black-green. It smelled like the sump, like the wet underside of something vast. We started hearing scratching, faint, slow, like nails dragging across the inside of the ducts. Always beneath, always moving up. The Vox stations were silent. No one came when we called. Then came the knocking. It was 3 taps at a time, always 3. Sometimes on the floor, sometimes on the walls, sometimes from the inside of locked storage rooms that hadn't been opened in decades. Some of us began praying, others stopped entirely. Old Drell, the hab watcher, claimed he saw it, said he was watching the waste chute monitor on level -4 when it happened. The grate buckled outward like something had breathed against it, and then it opened, slowly, like it wanted to be seen, and something crawled out. He said it wasn't human, not even mutant. Said it looked like it was made of skin and cables, like a man had been melted and poured through a wireframe. It didn't move right, it had no eyes, but it turned toward the camera. Then the screen went black. We tried to seal the lower levels, bulkhead doors, emergency overrides, but the doors didn't obey. Some locked on their own, others refused entirely. One began opening every hour. On the hour, no one was near the control console. The sump tunnels are not empty. We know that now. They are not forgotten. They are fed by us. One by one, people began to vanish, sometimes in groups. A whole shift of welders, gone between assignments. A child pulled down through a floor vent while his mother screamed prayers. An entire food distribution unit disappeared during supply restocking. No blood, no remains, just the knocking, 3 taps, again and again. Then the singing began. Not voices exactly, more like breath dragged across taut flesh. A wet sound humming in harmony. It echoed through the hab corridors late at night, low and wrong, like a choir of drowned things remembering how to weep. We burned incense. We recited the litany of warding. We held hands and called on the Emperor. He did not answer. One night, the walls of Block G6 simply opened, peeled back like flower petals soaked in rot. What emerged was not a man, not a beast, not something the human mind was made to witness. It walked on hands that had too many fingers. Its face was a hive map, scarred and tattooed into moving flesh. It whispered through every vent, it bled rust and worms, and it knew our names. It had always known our names. That's when people started following it, not screaming, not running, just walking behind it, silent, smiling, their eyes wide and empty, their feet bare. They walked down into the sump tunnels, and the doors sealed behind them. We do not talk about what lives below anymore. Not to the scribes, not to the arbites, not even in whispered prayers. But we still hear it. 3 taps, always 3. And sometimes, late at cycle's end, the children hum to themselves in the dark. Tunes they should not know. Songs that were never taught. They erased our names before they erased our memories. I woke up beside my wife, though I didn't know her name. She looked at me with hollow confusion, the same bewilderment I felt. There was no anger, no panic, just silence, as if something had swept through the hive while we slept and scooped out what made us human. The walls of our hab unit bore no family photos, no tokens of life, only the sigil of the administratum stamped in flaking red paint, and a printed prayer I didn't remember ever reciting. My fingers reached for the prayer automatically. By forgetting, we are made whole. By silence, we are clean. I spoke it aloud. So did she, in perfect synchrony. We didn't ask why. Outside, the streets were full. No voices, just the sound of synchronized footfalls. Hundreds of us walked in formation, shoulder to shoulder, in identical grey robes, each face a mirror of vacant compliance. A servo skull hovered overhead, screeching in binaric. I understood none of it. None of us did, but we turned left when it buzzed once, right when it buzzed twice. We arrived at the plaza. A black obelisk stood at its center, thrumming with energy. On one face, the words were engraved in silver. You are who you are told to be. People lined up. When it was my turn, the servitor behind the altar asked for my designation. I don't remember, I said. That is correct, it replied. A needle pierced my neck. It didn't hurt. My vision shimmered, and suddenly I knew. I was designation 4401-A, labor tier, sector 7, clearance none. I turned and walked away. Back home, the woman sat on the cot, combing her hair silently. I didn't ask her name. She didn't ask mine. We simply waited. That night, someone banged on our door. 3 heavy knocks, pause, then 2 more. We knew that pattern. She stood, walked to the wall, and opened the hidden panel. Inside was a data slate and a small injector. Instructions read, forget what you remembered today. Dose before next shift. Report anomalies to no one. Repeat daily. She didn't argue. She pressed the injector to her neck and exhaled. I did the same. When I awoke, I couldn't remember what the injector was for. I assumed it was medicine. The data slate was gone. Down the corridor, I passed a boy sobbing into his hands. His mother yanked him up by the arm. We don't cry about what we don't remember, she hissed, dragging him away. Another man stood motionless, staring at a blank wall. I think I had a daughter, he whispered to no one. Her name was... Security hauled him away mid-sentence. No one turned to look. Every week, we went to the Forgetting Chapel, a domed building filled with incense, static hymns, and a robed confessor who read from a holy text written in reverse. He never turned the pages. The text changed anyway. You are forgiven for remembering, he would chant, because you will forget again. At the end of each service, we approached the altar. He pressed his palm to our foreheads and intoned, May your memories be taken by the throne. Sometimes someone screamed as the words were spoken, not in pain, but in the sudden jolt of clarity. A name, a face, a moment. Then it vanished. Always. In my dreams, I saw children I couldn't name, laughing in rooms I didn't remember building. Sometimes I wept into my pillow, with no knowledge of why. Other times, I felt nothing at all. One day, I noticed something strange, a mark under my sleeve, a faint scar, like a brand. I scrubbed at it, but it wouldn't go. When I held it under light, faint words shimmered. You chose this. I confronted the confessor. What does it mean? I asked. He smiled. Kind, pitying, and empty. It means you were once awake, but now you are blessed. I demanded to know more. I raised my voice. He raised his hand, and I went silent, not because I was afraid, because I forgot what I had just said. The moment I left the chapel, I couldn't recall why I had gone in. The walls of my hab unit had changed. The sigil was different. The cot was smaller. The woman was gone. Or maybe she had never been there. I took my medicine. I prayed to the throne. I performed my labor. I forgot. One day they held a ceremony, a grand parade of hollow faces. A man was raised up on a platform. He was ragged, bruised, wild-eyed, but he was awake. "I remember," he shouted. "I remember my wife's name, my son's smile. You monsters, you took them, you made me forget them." We stood in silence. I should have felt something, but I didn't. A priest approached the man and whispered into his ear. The man fell quiet. His eyes glazed, his mouth moved silently. Then he stepped from the platform, walked calmly into the crowd, and joined the procession. Just another face, just another sin, forgotten. Later, I saw a mural painted on the side of the chapel. A swirling mess of faces, crying, screaming, whispering. Underneath, written in blood-red script, "Those who remember are the disease. Forgetting is the cure." And so I forgot, because remembering hurts. Because remembering is punished, because this is the Emperor's mercy, to strip us of the past until nothing remains, until the only thing we remember is that we must forget. She began praying when she was 12. Her name was Mercia Poulton, though that name had long since been erased from any census or slate. She had lived through 3 administratum rotations, 4 hive overseers, and 17 proximity quake events that left her hab vault cracked like a dying insect's shell. Yet still she prayed, not in the chapels, not in the cleansing processions, not in the great convocation halls where speakers shouted dogma into crowds of 1,000 unmoving faces. No, she prayed alone. At first she did it from guilt. Her brother had been taken. She had watched the black-robed officials descend 2 days after a failed recitation trial. They took him by the arms without a word. Her parents stared forward. No cries, no resistance, only silence. That silence became her ritual. She would kneel, arms folded against the rusted synth tile of her chamber, and whisper apologies to the Emperor for whatever her brother had done. For years she added new names, new neighbors vanished, new reasons to pray, and the silence always answered, not in voice nor vision, but in the way the lights flickered when she mentioned her brother's name, in the sudden warmth of the hab's recyc water when she spoke of mercy, in the way her breathing matched the rumble of unseen machinery beneath the floor. She believed he heard, she believed he was kind. She was wrong. The years dragged her face downward, skin cracked from pipe steam and ashfall. Lips thinned, wore away, became a pale line from constant silent murmuring. She spoke no words in the waking hours, only to him. To others she was invisible, another bent figure moving between waste units and corpse sorting. But beneath her breath the prayers never stopped, not once, until one night she heard something breathe back, not in words, in rhythm. Her pulse began to echo in the walls. 3 levels below her, something stirred. It was not flesh, not entirely. It moved like dripping wax, clung to corners, and left no footprints. Workers in that section, cleaners mostly, began to forget their own roots. They would walk straight into walls, kneel in place and scream prayers they'd never been taught. Mercia heard the rumors. She simply added them to her nightly litany, until the night she prayed for them, and her own blood dripped from the ceiling, not water, not rust, blood. A warm drop struck her hand mid-prayer, and she looked up, breaking the ritual posture for the first time in 20 years. The ceiling blinked. She still did not stop. She told herself it was a trial, a test of purity. A voice in her mind, a soft one, told her that it was something else entirely. Why do you pray to something that's never answered? The voice was her own. But it didn't echo in her skull. It echoed behind her, not aloud, but in memory, as if someone else had prayed those same words first, centuries ago. She tried to dismiss it, but each night, her knees grew weaker, her body thinner. The light in the hab never turned on again. She never requested a replacement lumen strip. She accepted the dark. Her lips had no more words, but her heart still begged. One morning, if it could be called that, she awoke to the sound of chanting in the ducts. Not hymns, not litanies, her own prayers, whispered, half-mouthed in her own voice. But they were wrong. The order was wrong. The pleas distorted. Instead of "Emperor, grant us light," they whispered, "Emperor, dim the eyes, Emperor, blind the sky." Instead of "Deliver us from warp-born sickness," they whispered, "Deliver them unto mouths unseen." Her voice, fractured, scattered, echoed from every vent and pipe. She screamed. For the first time in decades, she screamed aloud, and the prayer ducts screamed back. She stopped praying that night. Not because she had lost faith, but because she was no longer sure what she was praying to. She sat still, silent, watching the walls. Her knees bled from years of kneeling. Her spine ached from years of bowing. She waited for judgment, for some punishment, but none came. No light flickered, no water turned warm, no walls breathed. There was no sign at all, only a single chilling realization. Nothing had ever been listening. Not the Emperor, not a god, not a daemon, not even the echo, just absence. She went out, first time in cycles, into the street vents, the alleys of the Hab Undercroft. She looked around at her neighbors, hollowed faces, prayer beads in their fingers, mouths moving silently. No one spoke. All prayed, all hoped, all waited for something to answer. She felt her knees give, but she did not kneel. She stood, back arched, bones grinding, her eyes lifted upward, not in reverence but in accusation. A single gasping breath. "You lied." The lumen lights flickered. For a moment, everyone in the Hab looked up, but only she spoke again. "You were never there." She returned to her chamber, gathered every prayer script, every purity sigil, every image of the Emperor with golden rays and indifferent eyes. She burned them. The flame stung her eyes. For the first time, she welcomed the pain. It was real, unlike the silence, unlike the promise. Somewhere deeper in the hive, something chuckled, low and wrong, not because she had denied faith, but because it had heard her all along. And now, she was listening. They said the creed of unity was sacred. They said it was the foundation of everything, that if you knew nothing else, you must know the creed. And so we did, every morning at shift change, every night before rations. We chanted it through the rebreathers, the fog masks, the cracked lips. The children learned it before they learned their own names. Each word memorized, each breath counted. We weren't allowed to forget. Until one day, the words betrayed us. It happened in sub-precinct Theta 2C. A usual day. The fog light was dim, meaning early morning. People gathered in the old plaza, stone worn down by millions of footfalls. The Vox speaker crackled, and the overseer's voice bled through. "Blessed are the obedient. Begin the creed." Thousands of us spoke in unison, mouths moving as one. It was beautiful, until it wasn't. It began on the third line. "We are one soul beneath his gaze," and suddenly we couldn't speak. Our mouths froze, tongues thickened, throats seized like rusted gears. A terrible silence spread like rot. I remember the choking, people clutching their throats, eyes wide with panic. No one screamed because no one could. Then came the blood, from the nostrils, the ears, the pores. It soaked the prayer stones, it painted the banners. A child fell first, then a preacher, then 20 others. Some collapsed silently, some thrashed like animals being slaughtered. One man's chest swelled and popped like a bursting pipe. I remember that sound, a wet snap, like something tearing from the inside. The Vox continued, "Finish the creed." But none of us could. Our mouths wouldn't obey. Our tongues stuck to our teeth like wax. Something was wrong with the words, wrong with the creed. The more we tried to say it, the more our bodies rejected it. Then someone whispered what we were all thinking. "We can't say it because it's not his creed anymore." That voice was quickly silenced. A flash of light, a bolt round through the skull. Someone had come armed, expecting this, expecting us to fail. An Arbeits officer stepped onto the platform, reading from a data sheet. His face was calm, his tone neutral. Vocal disunity event, category heretical contagion. Recommended action, full area purge. The sirens followed immediately, not alarm sirens, not evacuation. These were the cleansing tones, shrill, rising, inhuman. People ran, but there was nowhere to go. Theta 2C's doors had been welded days before. Routine maintenance, they said. Now we knew why. It was a trap. A cull disguised as ceremony. Within minutes, the fumes rolled in. They hissed from vents shaped like cherub mouths, sweet-smelling like fruit left too long in the sun. Then came the screams. The air burned, not like heat, like memory, like it reached inside your mind and pulled. People forgot their names, their families, their faith. Some clawed their own throats open trying to remember the creed. Others knelt and wept, mouthing nonsense syllables. And I just listened. Because in that moment, the creed wasn't silent. It was speaking back, not in words, but in presence. A pressure behind the eyes, a listener that should never have heard. I realized then, the creed had changed. Somewhere, some line, some word, twisted. It no longer served him on terror. It served something else. And we had been reciting it blindly, feeding it, giving it voice. When the fire finally came, poured from drones like falling stars. It was a mercy. It turned Theta 2C to cinders in under an hour. None were spared, except me. I was in the underservice ducts, fixing a jammed vent impeller. I heard it all, smelled the flesh. I still can't speak. My throat has been swollen shut since that day. But I write, primo record, because someone must know, not to resist, not to escape, but to warn. The creed is not safe. The creed hears you back, and if you say it wrong, if you say it right, it might answer, and when it does, you'll know why silence is holy. They brought the Inquisitor in secret. There was no announcement, no arrival ceremony, no parade of purity through the upper concourses. He was simply there one day, already sitting in the Cathedral of Radiant Submission, fingers steepled, face half-shadowed beneath the brim of a scorched rosette. He didn't speak for the first 3 days. He simply listened to prayers, to confessions, to sermons, to the scratch of parchment in the archived basilica, and then he began collecting. At first, it was devotional flyers, frayed sheets posted across the hive, proclaiming loyalty to the emperor. Simple things, hexagrammatic icons, minor dogmatic verses, faded pic scans of the throne, but he collected them like one might gather evidence of a crime. He dissected them in silence, lined them side by side, and began to notice a shape, not in the center, not in the writing, but beneath, a watermark, a glyph, always the same. No matter the author, no matter the sect, every piece of imperial devotion bore it, a twisted shape, spiral and eye, sometimes angled like a flame, other times like a thorn. He ordered the preacher of Sector Lumen 6 be flayed alive for using it. The preacher wept, not for his flesh, but because he didn't know where the glyph had come from. I copied it, he sobbed, from the older scripts, the ones in the shrine, the holy ones. That's when the Inquisitor entered the central lexicon vault, without permission, without escort, and found it there too, stamped into the bindings of catechisms written 2,000 years ago, inscribed at the base of sermons used to train missionaries across Segmentum Solar, etched into the corner of the earliest known depiction of the Emperor's ascension. He called for a memory audit of every scribe in the sector. 12 died instantly under the strain. 216 forgot their own names. The glyph could not be explained, not by adepts, not by historians, not by anyone, because it had always been there, even before the Imperium had a name. The Inquisitor traced it back across thousands of archived sermons and litanies, and found that the further back he went, the more the glyph dominated. Soon it replaced the aquila, soon it replaced the throne, soon it became the only symbol left. That's when the dreams began. He saw a cathedral with no walls, built upon the ash of a galaxy. He saw a throne made of mouths, each whispering a name he couldn't remember upon waking. He saw pilgrims with no eyes walking in endless circles, their tongues whispering praises, to a thing wrapped in veils. And always, always, the glyph was there, watching, spinning, welcoming. The Inquisitor began carving it into the walls of his quarters, not consciously, not as worship. It was simply always on his mind. He wept when he realized this, and begged the Mechanicus for an implant to suppress his dreaming. They found the same glyph in the data cores of their prayer routines. One tech priest whispered before combusting spontaneously, "It's not a symbol, it's a seed." The Inquisitor wrote his final report that night. It was 3 words long. "We were misled," and then he vanished. The Cathedral of Radiant Submission collapsed 3 days later in what was officially termed a structural failure. The survivors spoke of weeping stone, of hymns that sang themselves, of shadows that were heavier than the walls that cast them. The glyph was never spoken of again, but it never left. It remains, burned into the back of every datasheet, faint, invisible to the untrained, but there, worshipped in silence by a people who think they serve him, but don't, not anymore. The last transmission was not a warning, it was a lullaby. We heard it first on the 44th level of Subhive Drosk, drifting out of the dust-choked Vox towers, like a sigh after death. Static at first, then a pattern, then something that might have once been words, long ago, but had been buried, pressed down beneath centuries of ash, crushed beneath the weight of forgotten prayers. It began with one phrase, "This signal is a tomb," and then silence. But it wasn't real silence, not in the Imperium. Every wall hums, every light chatters, every cable trembles. Silence is never just absence, it's pressure, it's intent, and the Vox began to bleed. Tech acolyte Murren was the first to notice the fluid leaking from the base of the Vox casket. Red, thick and warm, as if it had just been spilled from a fresh wound. He dabbed it with an incense cloth, muttered the rites of diagnostics, and sent a report up the line. He was reassigned within the hour. No one ever saw him again. The next day, the Vox began to speak again. Not words, not properly, breathing. It was the breath of someone too close, the kind of breath that fogs a mirror, the kind that curls on the back of your neck when you're alone in a sealed room, rhythmic, patient, listening. By the 3rd day, Vox clerks began to collapse at their stations. They said the signal was whispering directly into their memories. One wept blood and repeated, "I remember what never happened." On the 4th day, the Hive governor declared the tower sanctified, a divine test. Attendance was mandatory. All citizens within comm radius were ordered to tune in. I was among them. I obeyed. We always obey. When the hour struck, the Vox tower let out its song. A low, grinding dirge, like tectonic plates grinding together, like a cathedral collapsing underwater. There were no lyrics, just pulses, harmonics that turned the blood in our ears to iron. Old women tore out their hearing aids. Some men laughed themselves hoarse. Children cried until they could not speak. A man next to me dug into his ear with a rusted fork. He said he needed to let the signal out. He died smiling. We were told it was a data breach, that a false signal had infiltrated the Vox net. "Remain loyal," the message said. "Remain calm." The Vox broadcast continued, day and night, non-stop. They tried to jam it. They tried to reroute it. They tried to burn the cables. It always returned. It spoke through toaster filaments, through skull implants, through the voice boxes of those who had never learned to speak. We were given new prayer script. Praise the signal, embrace the dust. Acolytes distributed leaflets printed in red ink that smeared like blood. The signal changed again. It began repeating names, not of saints, not of imperial heroes. They were our names. Everyone heard their own name in the voice of a loved one who had died. Some heard fathers, some heard sons. I heard my mother. She died in the Ration riots 5 years ago. But her voice came through the Vox, warm and wet and wrong. "You left me in the dark. You let them burn me." I screamed until my throat tore. It didn't matter. No one was listening anymore. The streets filled with ash, even though no fire burned. The Vox towers bled from the seams, and still they told us to listen. The final message came on the 7th day. It was calm, gentle, almost sad. "This signal is a tomb. You are buried in it. Do not wake up." Then came the silence again. But now we understood. It wasn't that the signal had stopped. It was that we had joined it. We were now part of it. When you walk down Hive Drosk now, you'll see no lights in the windows. But if you press your ear to the wall, any wall, you'll hear it. The faint low pulse of static, like a distant heartbeat buried under stone. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, you'll hear your own voice calling you back. The name of the hive is gone. Not spoken, not written, not even whispered. It was there yesterday, carved in stone, above the transit halls, etched into every ration card, hummed in every prayer. Now it isn't, and no one dares ask why. The hab lifts still run, the sirens still wail their mournful dawn chimes. But the screens, once bearing the sigil of the hive, now flicker with blank lumens casting sickly white light over corridors. Where the name once scrolled in reverent, blinking glyphs, there is only static now, just buzzing, endless buzzing. Linara used to be a census adept, assigned to Hab Sector 9 Kappa. Her job was menial: confirm names, match identities, log birth and death schedules for her zone. Now she doesn't know where she lives, not sector, not block, nothing. The signs are still bolted to the walls, but they display no text, just smooth glass panels. She tried carving a marker into the wall outside her hab once, a simple 9K. Just to remember. It was gone by morning. Even her door won't speak anymore. The vox plate that once buzzed her name when she returned now just emits a long, low hum. It follows her through the hallways. She hears it behind her eyes, deep in her skull. At the census hub, she asked her overseer, High Adept Ferrix, what was happening to the hive. He tilted his head like he hadn't heard. When she repeated, he simply turned away, his lips moving silently. He wasn't praying. He was mouthing the name. Trying to, but nothing came out. No one remembers the name of the hive, but some remember that they used to remember, and that is somehow worse. Brother Kale, an Underhive preacher, was found kneeling in the dark outside a vent intake. His skin had been stripped from his mouth to his collarbone, with his own fingers, they said. What remained of his tongue was black and stilled, scrawled in blood beside him. A single question: where are we? They painted over it by morning. The darkness came next. Lights stopped being replaced. Whole sectors fell into permanent twilight. Lumens still worked, but they no longer cast illumination. Instead, they just flickered, dull and red, like heartbeat pulses, like the inside of a closed eye. Then came the fog. A dust haze began leaking from old ducts and ventways. Not smoke, not gas, something drier, thicker. It clung to clothes and skin, stuck in teeth, tasted like rust. People started whispering about it, calling it the veil. Linara saw it herself. Rolling low along corridor floors, it moved against gravity, creeping up stairs and ducts. The fog avoided light, but not people. Those who walked into it did not always return, and those who did returned uncertain of who they were or why they came back. A machine priest came to Sector 9K. Magos Leviticus, clad in brass and soot-veined robes, arrived. He inspected Vox towers, logic engines, light grid relays. After 3 days, he issued one sentence: "This is not a technical failure. This is a disavowal." Then he burned himself alive. At the base of the central archive pillar, he did not scream. Maps no longer work. The cartographers stopped distributing new ones. Old data slates began displaying only blank grids. Walls that once stood straight now curve. Streets bend, corridors lead into places unmarked. Some say the hive is folding in on itself. Others say it is being unwritten. Children no longer remember where they were born. When questioned, they reply only, "Here." Ask them to draw the hive, and they draw spirals. Always inward spirals. When shown the sigil of the Adeptus Terra, they flinch. When shown a map of Segmentum, they ask, "Is this supposed to be us?" In the Underhive, graffiti began appearing, simple phrases, most painted in blood. The name was a lie. We are not on the map. We were never recognized. He does not see us. The Arbites sent cleansing squads. Whole tenements purged, every wall scrubbed, every heretic silenced. But more words always appear, some etched inside elevator shafts, others in water tanks. One was found inside an eyelid. No one knows how. Linara woke one day and found her census tabula blank, not broken, just empty, no name, no entries, no numbers. When she pressed the activator, it displayed only this: identity, null, location, classified, purpose, to be forgotten. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. She wasn't hoarse, she hadn't lost her voice. Her voice had been removed. The last official Hive broadcast was just 6 seconds long. No video, only audio. A hiss, a dry, grainy intake of breath, then a whisper. There is no more name, there is no more light. And then, silence. The Vox towers have remained quiet ever since. They don't know where they are now. Not just civilians, the administratum, the mechanicus, even the arbeit. None say it aloud, but you can see it in their eyes. They're trapped in a place that has fallen from memory, fallen from maps, fallen from the Emperor's gaze. And when a place no longer has a name and no longer receives the light, it is no longer part of the Imperium. It is something else, something that belongs to the dark. They say it was born during the fourth silence, not during war, not in famine, not in prayer, but during silence, true silence, when the Voxnet dropped dead across the Hive for 13 minutes and 33 seconds. No clatter of conveyors, no sermons in the ducts, no announcements of devotional quotas or corpse work schedules, just silence. Then the birth cry, but there was no cry because it had no mouth. Midwife Telsa was the first to see it. She served under the Labour Reclamation Hospice, level 992-Beta, where births were rare and mostly uncelebrated. Telsa had delivered many malformed children, those without limbs, without lungs, even one with the twin heads of sisters that never separated. But this one didn't bleed, it didn't breathe, it didn't blink, and still, it lived. Its skin was the grey of hive ash, stretched thin over a frame that pulsed with heat. It had no eyes, but sockets, black and sunken, that stared as if remembering something older than the Imperium. Its fingers were long, too long, wrapped not in skin, but something like chitin, something that flexed without sound. The attending Magos Medicae was called. He died on the observation table before declaring it stillborn. Cardiac arrest, they said. But no one touched him. The child was still humming. That was the worst part. A low hum, not mechanical, not vocal, but harmonic, like a forgotten cathedral tune, pushed through broken vox tubes. It matched no known hymn, and yet every scribe present swore it sounded familiar. They recorded it, then the files corrupted, then the servo skull transcribing it shattered against the ceiling. Then the hospice lights dimmed permanently. For 9 days, it was kept in a containment cradle, woven from leaded prayer wire and sanctioned seal silk. The hum never ceased. Tech priests brought auspex and purity scanners. All failed to identify origin. A deacon tried to bless it. His tongue blackened. An acolyte whispered the name of the Emperor. In its presence, she fell into seizures and cried blood until she died. Then silence again. Not the hive-wide kind, just localized. The room around it ceased generating noise. No hum from cogitators, no clicks from servitors, no breath from the guards. It had created a bubble of unsound, an impossible vacuum that devoured vibration. Then the walls began to curve inward, not crumble, not collapse, bend, like the hive itself was recoiling. Orders came down to transfer the child to Central Precinct, but none who touched it survived more than 13 minutes and 33 seconds, so they watched it move. Not walk, not crawl, it simply was. In one room, then another, without motion, without noise, but leaving behind residue, like cold static and dead prayers. Some claimed to see script on its chest, others swore there were none. One old ecclesiarch knelt before it, declared it the unborn saint. She plucked out her own eyes and whispered, "He walks before the reckoning." They found her smiling, eyeless, and still kneeling 3 days later. She had not eaten, had not moved. She was dead, but her lips kept whispering, still do to this day. Administratum officials tried to erase its record. They couldn't. Every purge of its file regenerated a copy somewhere else. The cogitators that processed its name, whatever name they tried to give it, fried into slag. Eventually, it had no name, just the designation. Classified unbeing, 001, mortis infantis. It wasn't born in the conventional sense. It had no flesh, no true presence, and yet it radiated faith, a faith that didn't match the Emperor's. The child, if you could call it that, wandered the hive undisturbed. Doors opened that weren't connected to power, lifts descended into shafts with no floor, lights failed, and still, it moved. Some began to follow it, mothers with broken children, clerics who no longer felt the Emperor's warmth, voidsmen discharged for hearing voices in the hull. They followed it like pilgrims, no chants, no torches, just silence. And everywhere it passed, the air grew still, all sound fell away, and people watched, with fear, with awe, with something deeper, recognition. They knew this thing, not from experience, but from memory, the kind not written, but inherited, like ancestral sin. One day, it walked into a chapel, the chapel that had been silent for 30 years, since the choir burned itself to death, and the chapel began to sing. No one inside, no instruments, just voices, high, low, layered, singing a hymn no one had heard but all instinctively wept to. That's when the orders came down. Exterminatus level quarantine. They tried to seal the sector, tried to drop blast doors, but the child was already in the command center, and the command staff were already on fire, without flames. They burned from the inside, lungs, hearts, tongues, until only the air remained. Smoke and bone dust, no sound, only the hum. Then it stopped. For the first time, it looked up at the surveillance servo, and for exactly 13 minutes and 33 seconds, everyone across the hive stopped breathing and started humming. Together, a harmony that bled through vox, through flesh, through iron and bone, and when the silence returned, the child was gone. No trail, no data, no record, except for the mural painted on Hive Spire 99's devotional wall the next morning. An image of a child with no face, no skin, no name, surrounded by kneeling adults, all with their mouths sewn shut. Underneath it, scratched in blood, "He does not cry, for he never needed lungs to speak." He found the book in a crack behind the shrine alcove, where no light reached, and dust lay undisturbed like the ash of the forgotten. It was wrapped in plastic, brittle and yellowed, as if waiting. The man's name was Marek, or so he believed. Names change sometimes in the census cycles. Official error, they said. Still, he answered to it. He had scrubbed the shrine for 27 years. He knew every bolt, every prayer etching, every corner. So when his brush tapped hollow against a seam in the wall, he noticed. The diary inside was bound in a strange faux leather, stamped with a sigil he didn't recognize. Definitely not Imperial. It pulsed faintly when touched, like something that remembered being alive. Curiosity was heresy, but no one came down to the shrine anymore. The preacher had stopped 6 years ago, replaced by a speaker system that droned sermons in a loop. Marek listened to them while he cleaned, but lately the words had started repeating in different voices. He opened the diary. Page 1, blank. Page 2, a name, his name. Marek Folden, age 43, shrine custodian, level 22, G. Prays at 0600, 1200 and 2100. Thinks too often of leaving. He stared at it, heart cold, hands trembling. Every page after that recorded his days, exact actions, exact thoughts. He flipped ahead. Entry 94. Paused at the shrine today. Noticed the light flickering above the aquila. He thinks of asking for repairs, but remembers the tech priest's last warning. Keeps silent. Entry 150. Finds diary. Begins reading. Becomes afraid. Flips to the end. He shouldn't have. He dropped the book. He had flipped to the end. He hadn't read it yet. His mouth felt full of wires. His breath shook. Still, he picked it up. The final page read, Marek Folden was always meant to read this. It was written before he existed. His words are echoes, his life a repeat. He is the 113th to live this. The 112th died screaming. The 111th tried to warn the others. They buried him beneath the shrine. Marek reads this. Marek understands. Marek will do what he always does. Marek will walk into the dark. He didn't want to. Every part of him screamed, but his feet turned. He walked past the shrine. Behind the wall, the passage waited. He had never seen it before, yet he recognized it. The tunnel was not brick or steel. It was bone, ribcage architecture, muscle thread wiring. The air buzzed like dying prayers. He walked in silence. No choice. The walls whispered as he passed. "Welcome back. You're late. We missed you." Echo, echo, echo. He came to a chamber. In the center, a desk and a scribe. Not a man, not a servitor. Something in between. It had no eyes, just a hole where sound leaked. The fingers wrote non-stop, hundreds at once, on parchment that looped through its ribs. On the page, Marek Falden enters the chamber. He sees the archivist. He asks. Before he could stop himself, he asked, "What is this place?" The scribe paused. All fingers turned to him, then resumed writing. Marek asks again, "What is this place?" He never accepts the answer. He never stops asking. He never learns. This is the echoscriptum. All lives are recorded here, all thoughts repeated. The past is not the past. It is recursion. It is pattern. It is control. Marek screamed. But even that scream was on the page. In the walls, others watched. They had his face, his gait, his limp, some younger, some older, some burned, some stitched. He backed away. They didn't chase him. They nodded, as if confirming the next turn. Back in the shrine, the diary gone, the passage gone. No one believed him. He stopped praying. No point. A month later, someone else found a book behind the alcove. Different face, different name, same words. He tried to stop them, screamed that it was a trap, but the book already had their name, already had the scream he just shouted. Marek laughed until blood foamed. They came for him with purity chains. As they dragged him down the corridor, his final breath rasped, "We are not living. We are remembering. We are the echoes." And the scribe wrote it down again for the next one. They called it soul optimization, not exterminatus, not purging, not mass cleansing. That was for heresy, for chaos corruption, for alien taint. This wasn't that. This was accounting. On the third shift of the sixth rotation, the Vox network crackled across all districts of Lower Hive Sanctis. Every screen, every hollowed-out PIC device, every subdermal audio implant lit with the same message. By order of the Administratum, planetary population exceeds optimal productivity thresholds. Commencing phase 1 of soul optimization. No voice spoke it. Just those words, over and over, black glyphs on a red background. In some sectors, it was ignored. They'd seen worse announcements, bureaucratic rot. In others, they prayed harder. Some whispered it was just another purge, a loyalty test, and a few remembered the ghost hymns of the Underhive that said, "He sees all, but not you." That night, the skies opened in flame. First came the Administratum servitors, dozens of them, dull-faced, parchment-fleshed, dragging iron carts of data slates and thermal markers. They moved door to door, ticking off names, scratching tallies, asking only one question: number of residents, total biomass, combustible mass ratio. They were not armed. They didn't need to be. Behind them came the ash priests, men in grey robes, faces covered in soot-cloth veils. Each carried a censer of fire, trailing white smoke that smelled of incense, and something else, sweet, charred, wrong. Their job was not to speak, only to ignite. One gesture, the flame is granted. 2 gestures, the flame is withheld. 3 gestures, the flame is mandated. They burned in silence. The first fires were controlled, rooms cleansed, small families gone in seconds, sectors sealed off with gold Aquila banners hung over scorched steel. Then came the larger purges, entire blocks, megahabs, transportation terminals filled with workers waiting for transit that never arrived, until the flames did, and still no explanation, no order given beyond the original message. Soul optimization. Brother Dalvus, once a scribe servant in Data Hive 61, watched from a maintenance shaft. He'd been rerouting coolant lines when he heard the screams. When he saw the heat flicker in the vents, he knew numbers, and he knew what this was. They had calculated the cost of keeping the poor alive, the calories, the oxygen, the servitor energy draw, and someone, somewhere high above, had decided it's not worth it. so they burned the hive to balance the ledger. Children were the first to go, small biomass, low yield, easy to combust. Next were the elderly, already nearing expiration, some records said. Then came the sick, the slow, the non-essential. There were lists, endless lists. No one fought, there was no rebellion, no rising, no chaos cults to blame, just people standing in the halls, staring at the flames, wondering if their name was on the list. Inside Sector Vellum, a teacher named Marana tried to hide her class of 37 in a subfloor shrine. The children sang the Emperor's Creed for hours, voices shaking with smoke. When the ash priests arrived, they listened quietly. Then they placed a purity seal on the door and lit the walls. They did not scream. They only sang louder. One child's voice continued after the rest, until silence took her too. Across the hive, servitor vaults began locking permanently. Medicae centers shut down their power. Relief units were recalled. Transportation lines ceased movement. But still, the Vox repeated. Phase 2 initiated. Soul efficiency uplift. Target 37%. No one knew what it meant, but every percentage point cost thousands of lives. They began burning people who might one day become inefficient. In a forgotten corner of Dome Black, a worker named Etrin tried to reason with them. He held up his work logs, his hours, his loyalty commendation. He knelt. He recited litanies. The ash priest marked him with a small red glyph. Not now, but soon. Later that day, the priest returned. Etrin opened the door. He had set his own mattress on fire. He bowed as he burned. He wanted them to know he understood. Near the apex of Hive Sanctus, a mid-tier officer named Cural watched the flames through his thick glass viewport. He turned to his assistant and said, "Remarkable discipline, don't you think?" No panic, no protest, just acceptance, like they knew. And in the reflection of the glass, something blinked back at him, something in the fire that moved with intent. The Emperor sees only fire. That's what the graffiti said, now sprayed across walls in ash and blood. The Vox fog repeated a different phrase. Unoptimized citizens must offer repentance by combustion. In the ash fields, where nothing moved but cinders and heat haze, a young girl stood alone. Her skin was blackened, her hair gone, her eyes wide and dry. She whispered something over and over, a prayer, not to the Emperor, not anymore, to something older, something beneath. The fire had shown her. In her voice was no fear, only truth. We were fuel. That's all we ever were. In the final hour, the fire reached the upper sanctum vaults, where the overseers lived, where the census masters counted and calculated, where the order had come from, and the fire did not knock. It burned them too, not because of heresy, not because of guilt, but because they too had become inefficient. The hive fell silent. Ash hung like snow. No cries, no alarms, no voices. Only one signal remained, whispering through dead Vox towers like a dying breath. Optimization complete, awaiting further directive. But no one would answer, no one was left, because the Emperor sees only fire, and in the end, so did everyone else. They say we were blessed to live under his gaze, but they never asked what it cost. There is no after, there is only memory, and even that decays beneath the weight of sanctioned denial. My name doesn't matter, it's already been stripped from every archive, every birth ledger, every loyalty test form. I was born in Hive Ephemeral, Substrata G93. We had no sky, we had no future, but we had breath, ragged, rust-filled, and rationed. It was enough to be counted alive, and for the Imperium, being alive was guilt enough. They judged our worth by how much pain we could endure without collapsing, and if we collapsed, they judged us by how quietly we died. My mother worked in the Lumen recycling chamber. My father was conscripted during the reactor riots of 987 at M41. He never returned, but the door never stopped opening at night, as if he might. I was 9 when I learned how silence was survival. I was 12 when I reported my neighbor for food hoarding. I was 13 when he begged me to lie. I was 14 when I realized they made us betray each other to stay invisible. And I was 27 when I saw a child smile for the first time, not mine. Smiling was forbidden in the outer work wards. Teeth were monitored. Grins suggested heresy. Joy was wasteful. Joy meant you weren't suffering enough. They told us it was normal, that this was how the faithful lived. But deep down, even in our most desperate prayers, we knew this wasn't living. This wasn't faith. It was control, painted in holy light. The administratum clerks always wrote that we died of air scarcity, hydro imbalance, systemic fatigue. But what we really died of was policy. The emperor never visited us. The ecclesiarchy claimed he saw everything, but if he truly did, then he saw us burn and chose silence. And in that silence, we learned something no sermon dared admit. The Imperium was not built to save its people. It was built to use them. We were the power source for its great machine, bleeding, burning, and forgotten, only noticed when we failed. I remember a boy, starved, eyes clouded from ash exposure, fingers fused from heat rot. He was 9. They flensed his identity and gave him a purity tag. It read, "Redemption pending." That was 5 years ago. He is probably still working, still hoping, still breathing dust and whispering creeds through broken teeth. They'll write "faithful unto death" on his death slip. They won't remember his name either. The truth is this: we did not suffer because we sinned. We suffered because they needed us to. They needed bodies to turn gears, minds to forget, eyes to look away. They needed quiet compliance. They didn't care if we lived, only that we didn't resist. So we played our roles. We kissed the floor and thanked the throne for our chains. We swallowed the poison and called it sanctified rations. We buried the bodies and chanted, "He knows our names." But we lied. We lied because we were afraid. Afraid that if we didn't, the machine would notice and take the rest of us. And yet, somewhere beneath all the layers of ash and ritual and sanctioned forgetting, there is a scream. It is not recorded. It is not allowed. But it exists. You've heard it before. In your sleep, in the pause between sermons, in the silence of vox static when the preacher's voice drops out for a heartbeat. That scream is not rebellion, it's memory, and it belongs to all of us. We lived, and it was hell. Don't look away, not anymore. Don't repeat the chant, don't thank the chains, don't forget us, because if you forget, you become the next link, and the Imperium never stops tightening. If you still believe this is loyalty, read again. If you think this suffering is noble, listen harder. And if they tell you the Imperium protects you, ask them what it did to us. Then look around. You're still breathing, but for how long? Subscribe to Voidborn Terrors. See you in the next world.